Our members, praise. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in Thy sight. Give divine to the President of the Republic, that members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision take and courage that through the levers of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us the vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love of the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the country of Ghana and Africa. Amen. And our members, item 2, roll call.
Samuel Erickson, Abanga Abdullahi Jacob Idris, Abdul Latif Dan, Abdul Salam Adams, Ablakwa Samuel Okujeto, Abuaji George Kwame, Abuaji Kwejo Nyampong, Abudulari Bazura, Achampon Brown, Achampon Charles, Achampon Richard, Akwaku Sophia Karin, Akwa Alexander Akwesi, Adam Hamza, Adam Mohammed Amin, Adams Kofi Idi, Aditedi Safori, Adoya Frempong, Ejei Kwesi Boateng, Adumako Mensa Alex, Adum Frederick Obeng, Adumako Mensa Alex, Adumako Mensa Collins, Adongo Isaac, Edu Kweku, Edu Chumiao Osei, Afenyo Markin Alexander Kwamina, Full Eric, Efrifa Mensa Akwesi Owusu, Efriye Nana Ayu, Efriye Kweku, Agalga James, Agbeve Charles, Agboja Kwame Govins, Ejepon Ken Ohene. Ejari Alexander. Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo. Ajimamenu Kweku. Ajimaroto. Ejeni Mbwati Kweku. Ahinkra Carlos. Ahinkwa Frederick Yao. Ahi Samson. Ahiafo Bernard. Eidu William Oreku. Akando Kwabna Minta. Akambre Validia Lamisi. Achia Samuel Ata. Alauzuga Albert Akuka. Al Hassan Abdallah Idi. Al Hashir F. Husseini. Al Hassan Lydia Seyram. Al Hassan Ibu Suhini. Aliu Mahama Umar Farouk. Alote Angelo Foriwa. Amankwa Nicholas. Amankwa Menu Kofi. Ameu John Peter. Amia Tremi Kwesi. Amwa Oseibonsu. Amwa Amwaku Andrew Esiam. Amwaku Kwesi. Ampem Thomas Nyako. Ampo Kuchumesi Kwame. Amprechun Saku. Andre Emmanuel Ej. Enim Ernest Yao. Enim Moses. Another Ancient Eugene Boache. Ancient Kwame. Apa Clement Abbas. Apieje Patricia. Kubi Andy Kwame. Ama Prince Hamidu. Asamoah Vincent Opon. Asante Kwejo. Asante Boatin Kweku. Asensu Boachi Francis. Esiama Isaac Kwame. Esiama Kwabna Mankwa. Esiama Ej Nanama Dokua. Asafwa Vincent Eko. Atamils Samuel. Aveji James Kluje. Avoka Kletu Sapu. Avoka Kletu Sapu. Ewa Ignatius Bafo. Awune Theresa Ladi. Ayamba Ladi Ayi. Ayarga Mahama. Ayikube Ate. Ayine Dominic Akwitinga. Befi Michael, Baba Benson Tongo, Baligi Bright Bachi Ilville, Bandim Aznego, Bano Patrick, Batel Sheila, Bawa Edward Bambry, Vedra Emmanuel Kwesi, Bessino Joseph, Blanson Alex, Boachi Henry Yadom, Boachi Yadom Patrick, Boama Patrick Yao, Boatin Akwesi Daakon, Boatin Amapoma, Boatin Joseph Apia, Bobie Evans Opoku, Boche Daniel, Brahma Muhammad Bawa, Boa Emmanuel Amakofi, Buka Sefnipe, Chinya Amidu Haku, Tragia Samson Tongumbu, Chiwete Andrew Da, Krensola Beku, Kujo Comfort Doyo, Kujo Joseph, Kujo Robert Wisdom, Dafia Mako Roxen Nelson Echekwame, Dalu Thomas Ada, Dapila Kletu Seiju, Dapila Kletu Seidu, Daku Daniel Ohene, Mensa Kwabna Ochre, Dauda Collins, Daumia Bukari, Derry Ambrose, Jonobo Alex Tete, Donko Elvis Morris, Donko Kwabna, Duka George Mweku, Eya Nana, Fodro John Intim, Force in Castle Atoban, Frame Joseph, Gakpe Kwame Jujoli, George Samuel Nate, Ganzal Hassan Kobi, Gate Joe, Gidisu Wisdom, Gomado Yao, Gomashi Ablajifa, Jemfi Emmanuel Akwesi, John Alexander, John Mensa Richard, Hamon Kobnata Hill, Hansen Norte Yves, Haruna Seidu, Hayford Ophelia Mensan, Hotoje Alexander Roosevelt, Ibrahim Ahmed. Ibrahim Mutala Muhammad. Ibrahim Azura Muhammad. Idrisu Habib. Idrisu Haruna.
Honorable Idrisu Haruna, I didn't hear your name.
Idrisu Haruna. Isif Huseidu. Jabbar John Benham. Jaja Yusuf Isaka. Jalula Stephen. Joshua Godfrey Seidu. Jinapo John Abdullahi. Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi. Kinney Jeffrey. Kisi Dixon Adomakun. Kunedu Akwesi. Kumsin Mavis Howard. Kosa Martin Kwekwe J. Mensah. Kodo Benjamin Komla. Kum Ebenezer Kojo. Kuma John Ampuntua. Kuma Joseph Kwa. Kuyon Solomon. Kwachi Aka Peter Yao. Kwatin Kwekwa Jiman. Kofi Sewa. Jay Tambonsu Osei. Tremi Nelson. Labi Oscar Ofori. Lati Agnes Nam. Liwaka. Mahama Asiesini. Mahama Nasil Ture. Menwa Dabo Francis. Emmanuel. Mafu Kofia Hemkwa. Mbomba Thomas. Mensah Bettina Nefa Crosby. Mansita Oteng. Mensah Isaac J. Mensah Joseph Kwesi. Mensah Tina Gifty Nayele. Mensah Andrew Kofi Japan. Morris Cynthia Mamle. Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak. Musa Abdulaziz Ayaba. Nanja Sanja. Napari Dominic. Nawani Mark Kurt. Newman Dakwan. Nitiwu Dominic Binga Maduna. Inkansa Bodu Maven. Nokoi Kofi Ako. Nognes Henry. Notuko Toi Peter Kwesi. In Team Adelaide. in Tim Augustine Collins, in Tosu Helen Najua, Nyakote Albert Tete, Nyaku Bismarck Tete, Nyaku Kingsley, Nyaku Kwame Naminta, Obinte George Kwabena, Obin Boatin Alfred, Oklulinda Ohinewale, Odampton Isaac Ashai, Ofoswe Jare Elizabeth, Okofo Data Williams, Ochri Ejekum Kofi, Opoku Davis Ansa, Opoku Eric, Opoku Isaac Yao, Opon Kroma Kojo, Osai John Frimpong, Osanya Kenakon, Osai Asari Abuna, Osei Wusu Joseph, One Kwabna Blaise, Otute Christian Quality, Owusu Bio Benito, Owusu Ekufo Esla, Peito Desmond Digra, Purple Abdul Rashid Hassan, Prempe Frida Kosia, Prempe Matthew Opoku, Quarter Henry, St. James Jechi, Ramadan Muhammad Adamu, Ricketts Hagan George Kweku, Safu Sarah Joa, Sandari Sebastian Menesu, Sanid Suleiman Adam, Sani John Kobna Abam Abua, Soya Queen Mami Pokua, Sefi Richard Kwame, Setre Benjamin Yeboah, Sosu Francis Xavier Kojo, Sowadela Ajoa, Sowarita Naodole, Suparu Adamed, Sulemana Adama, Suleiman Al-Hassani, Suleimana Yusuf, Suma Anthony Mwakara, Tahidu Abdul Razak, Teria Augustine, Telabi Ebnite, Tete John, Tete Sylvester, Tete Agbotri Gisela, Tete Joseph Akwete, Toffee Dockers, Peter Lanchini, Tufeiru Mohammed Hadi, Chumbu Gifty, Chumberima Paul Akweku, Yusuf Mustafa, Van der Poy Alfred Oko, Van der Poy Edwin Nilante, Vondi David, Wakao Daniel Nsala, Reku Bobe Bright, Woyome Kobna Mensa, Zidane Bid, and Watazumo.
Mr. Speaker, Joseph Kwame Kuma, I'm here, please. I didn't hear my name. I beg.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm indicating that Joseph Kwame Kuma, I'm here. I didn't hear my name, please.
Well, when your name was mentioned, I'm sure you were not here. If you look through the standing orders, it will guide you what to do when you come after. Sorry. Very well, honourable members. Sorry, we are not going back to this discussion. The rules were adopted by us. Every member has a copy. So we are to be guided by the rules. Please, let's be guided by the rules. And that's why we have adopted as masters. So let's go by it. Yes, Honorable. I'm now going to the votes and proceedings. So if it's to do with votes and proceedings, kindly wait. Yes.
Okay. I'm holding the votes and proceedings. There is nowhere in this document where it is indicated those who have responded during the call period or not. And I don't know what value or effect these rules having on our public record keeping. That's why I'm curious to ask you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, I'll proceed. Now we shall consider the votes and proceedings for Wednesday, February 7, 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Yes, Honorable Member for German. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes.
Speaker, respectfully, I was present yesterday, but my name has been recorded as being absent. I was, at one point in time, I was even the available leader. So I want the record to reflect the same for me. Thank you.
Your name? Very well. Kindly liaise with the table office.
Thomas Campbell. Thank you.
Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, February 7, 2024 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Official report. I have one official report. Honourable members, out official report Wednesday, November 22, 2023. Wednesday, November 22nd, 2023. Any corrections, please? Any corrections? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Wednesday, November 22nd, 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Now we shall acknowledge the students group that are visiting Parliament today. We have one set of students, and they are from the Presbyterian Boys Secondary School, Legon. They are led by Miss Dr. Ado, is SRCP, and they are in the Medina constituency. Presec, your Parliament, yes, you may rise to be acknowledged. You're welcome to. You can resume your seat. Honourable members, we'll proceed to public business. At the commencement of public business, any papers to be presented? Honourable Majority Leader, are there any papers to be presented today?
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Committee needs to submit these two reports. We stood them down yesterday, and because the chairman is not here, we can stand it down and await them. In respect of C, I'm told the committee has to meet on Friday to do some considerations. So it is not ready yet. B as well, Mr. Speaker, honestly, with respect to B, I don't know the status. I've not been briefed about the status. So let's stand them down and go to item 15, page 5.
Very well. Which item did you say we should go to? Item 15. Very well. Item 15. The Proper Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill 2021 at the consideration stage. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on standing 64 and Article 102 of the Constitution to draw your attention to the absence of a quorum at commencement. We are barely 60 at the chamber. And Mr. Speaker, you just inform us that we make the rules for ourselves, so we need to apply it.
His Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where this observation is coming from, because not really the honorable member for Akachi South has been very supportive when it comes to the crafting of bills, and today he wants to put spanners in the works. I'm disappointed. Mr. Speaker, we may have to wait a while and then see what we can do. Worst case scenario would be to not to adjourn but to suspend for a brief while. Because, Mr. Speaker, I, as I'm saying, I'm disappointed in my friend.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to my colleague. We all agreed we have very limited time. One of the shortest number of days before we adjourn. And during the Mr. Speaker's opening remark, we were made to be aware of this. And we all agreed that we'll do as much work as possible. Surprising to me, he's the one who is supposed to be helping colleagues to move the motion. And historically, he's been very cooperative helping. So I will appeal to him that he should drop this for us to make progress. I'm just appealing to him to abandon this course and allow work to flow, because we necessarily must attempt to complete or nearly complete this bill today, if he is minded to drop his request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, he has actually drawn the Speaker's attention in accordance with the rules, and it's on record. So the Speaker has to apply the rules as they are, and the rule is that you may direct the table to ring the bell. So the glass table may call to be rung while we proceed, and then we may come back to the matter after 10 minutes. Yes. Clause 6.
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
the effect of what my colleague has done is to disable us from taking any decision. But I believe if his eyes wider, you see that the numbers exist to do business and take decisions. And once we're out of the way, then we can continue.
Later, we have rung the bell, so we'll wait. So let's proceed. Clause 6.
Yes, I would want to propose, given what we did subsequent to standing 6 down, that the chairman or his representative abandons the proposed amendment in respect of 6 because of what we did yesterday. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I intend not to pursue the issue of
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I intend not to pursue the issue of quorum that I raised.
Now we have moved on. Let's proceed. Item 6. Clause 6.
Mr. Speaker, I'm abandoning it. Yes. The issue that I raised.
Once you have raised it, it is left with me. So let's proceed.
Very well.
Who is reading clause 6? From my record, the debate is to continue. Yes, clause 6, debate to continue. Yes, Honorable the Fellow.
Speaker, it appears I'm disabled. Speaker, having regard to the matter of clause 6, the amendment being proposed, yesterday it was withdrawn, and then further amendments were proposed to the substantive provision of the bill, and it's been neatly tidied up. So I believe that the committee will abandon the proposed amendment as advertised, so that we can make progress. I so submit.
You mean that what is advertised is not the current proposal on the floor?
Mr. Speaker, the advertised amendment stood in the name of the chairman, but I acted in his stead yesterday and moved all the amendments in his name. But in respect of this one, the issue was that the further amendment proposed by leader and some judge were in the considered of the House such that they enhance the existing provision as it is in the bill. So it was no longer necessary to move the amendment as advertised. But when we travel further into the provision, it became necessary to marry that with one other post amendment under, I believe, 12. So you directed the chair directed the table office to tidy that up. So we are withdrawing this amendment as if it was not advertised at all.
You mean what is currently advertised?
That is so.
That's what is being withdrawn.
That is so.
Very well.
Because yesterday it was stood down.
Yes, stay here for debate to continue. Very well. So, proposed amendment is withdrawn. So what happens to clause 6? Was there any other amendment to clause 6 that to determine how to put the...
Yes, Speaker. Indeed, yesterday the chair put the question and further added that subject to the direction given to the table office as to the tidying up, the amendments, the clauses as variously amended will stand part of the bill. So technically we have no business in clause 6 except to proceed 12.
So there's no question to be put on clause 6.
Exactly so, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So in that case, I'll proceed to clause 7.
No.
Yes.
No.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the order paper at page 5, clause 6, there is an amendment proposed. And the indication here is that debate should continue. And the debate will continue because of the current rendition. Therefore, if the current rendition, standing in the name of the chairman, is being abandoned, then, Mr. Speaker, you must put a question on clause 6, subject to the direction given to the drafters. So there is a need, because we are now withdrawing this amendment. Then the road is now clear to put a question on the entire clause 6.
I appear to understand him. The question was actually put yesterday. Let's clarify that part. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, respectfully, the Deputy Speaker presided, and I'm very happy that he's in the House. When we tidied up clause 6, there was no longer the need for the present amendment as carried in item number 1 to have even featured today. It had been technically dealt with. It was left with the table office to tidy it up backdoor. So
let's be guided by the votes and proceedings.
Exactly.
Page 12. It says item 8.
Yes.
Clause 6, as amended, agreed to.
Yes. Exactly.
It means that there's nothing to be, no question pending. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is wrong advertising clause 6 on the other paper.
Which is wrong? The votes and proceedings or other paper that
Yes.
ought not to have been advertised.
It ought not to have been advertised.
Very well.
So
Yes, Honorable.
it means there is nothing to be withdrawn.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what we did 6 before we voted and is captured in the order in the votes and proceedings as such that we have concluded the consideration of clause 6. But before we got there, we had stood the amendment in the name of the chairman down. So when we finished, it renders the amendment in the name of the chairman Otios. So the bold pronouncement should have come from the chair. It didn't. And that's how come it finds expression here. So one or two ways of curing that mischief is, as the Honorable Ahiafo earlier proposed, to go back to say that because of what we did, it has rendered this otious. So really, it ought not have found expression here. But we have completed the consideration of.
Now, what the leader is contradicting what is reported in the votes and proceedings, which have just been accepted as votes and proceedings says clause 6, as amended, agreed to. Yes. So it means there's nothing pending. Very well. So now I'll proceed to clause 12. Honourable members, clause 12. Yes. Honourable FM.
Mr. Speaker, clause item number 2, clause 12. The amendment stands in the name of my brother. I want to move the amendment as it stands.
Yes. Proceed.
Speaker, thank you very much. Item number 2, clause 12, amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph A, delete sympathy. Delete sympathy 4. Humbly submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, this amendment is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Whereas we agree with the principle, we are having difficulties in the most appropriate construct. So I would respectfully plead that we stand it down and do the reconciliation and the tidying up, and then it can come back. But there's no problem. We only need to tidy up.
Yes.
Speaker, in the circumstance, I'll withdraw the amendment and proceed.
No, you don't withdraw the amendment. You suspend.
Very
your amendment. Very well. So I'll proceed to item III.
Speaker, thank you very much. Item number 3, clause 12, amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph B, delete a change of and insert activities aimed at changing. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member standing for the named mover of the amendment. I'm advised that yesterday there were controversy around the wording of the proposed amendment and the bill. So it was decided that consideration of that be deferred. So I will also defer consideration of that and proceed to.
Speaker, I'm guided accordingly.
Very well. So I'll go to item IV, clause 14, amendment proposed. The said Chairman Sabo.
Speaker, the 14 subclause 191. It reads: a person who funds or sponsors an activity prohibited under this act commits an offence. I seek to insert promote so that it reads: a person who funds, sponsors, or promotes an activity prohibited under this act commits an offence. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the earlier provisions, we've spoken about promotion. It's not only about funding or sponsoring, but also promoting.
Our members, the proposed amendment for the consideration of. Yes.
Speaker, I support the present amendment. Thank you.
Other members, I'll put the question. All in for proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item V. Amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee.
Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Item 5, amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 3, delete 5 and insert 3, and also in line 4, delete 10 and insert 5. And Speaker, just to announce that my chairman is here, and so I'm entirely his hands at this stage.
Very well. You've moved the motion. So, honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item VI. Amendment proposed. Chairman, no, that's by the Mr. Osei, Chairman Sabusi.
Mr. Speaker, I move that in in subclause 2, paragraph B, 3, we delete the words whatever name called. So it will read: where an unincorporated body of persons is convicted under subsection 1, the principal officer of the body of persons shall be deemed to have also committed offence. We delete the words whatever name called. any event, the proper rendition, even if you wanted to maintain that, would have been by whatever name, not whatever name comes. But we don't need it. Indeed, earlier on, I deleted saying in an earlier provision. So for consistency, Speaker, we have to delete this one as well.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Speaker, indeed I support the amendment being proposed. It tidies up the provision better, it enhances the meaning, so I fully support that.
Honourable members, I'll put the question. All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. I didn't hear a voice vote. I'll put the question again. All in favour of the amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, I can't put the... Yes.
Mr. Speaker, though I don't have a proposed amendment advertised, I recall that when we are creating offences for body corporate, there is always a rule that you will not be deemed to have committed the offence if you establish that you have no knowledge of the act, and that has transcended in the previous legislations that we made.
That
so
is,
we can direct the drafters. It has appeared.
I know, but that is a principle that applies to corporate.
Yes.
So if you are charged, then you rely on that principle.
Yes.
But we can't create that exception here.
Yeah, but because in the previous legislations, we've been having the C categorically stating it. But if your view is that we should depart from that, then, Mr. Speaker, I do not have problem. Because the drafters will agree that in previous legislations where offences are created for body corporate, we have that exception stated in the law. So it's a similar situation that I'm invoking here. If the House agreed upon it, then the drafters can accordingly do that for us.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry for being late. But these clauses, I want to support my ranking member. But not only that, if I had my, I would propose that the entire clause must not be part of the bill. And that is, I would propose that the entire clause be removed, be deleted. Entire clause 14.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, mine is a bit of a diversion from what is currently being debated. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader earlier on made an amendment and the word promotes. And I think that it reflects in the subtitle, because it talks about prohibition of funding or sponsorship. But when you look at 14A, line 1, majority leader actually inserted the word promote, and you accepted that amendment. So I am drawing your attention to the fact that we should further amend the subtitle to promotion, so that it reads prohibition of funding, promotion or sponsorship of prohibited activity.
Oh, okay. But let us conclude the discussion introduced by the ranking member, that we should add that if a director is able to show that he was not aware of the offense, then he does not commit an offense. But now I'm drawn to the fact that we're dealing with unincorporated bodies. In that case, who is the director? Unincorporated.
Mr. Speaker, the law is saying the officers of the unincorporated body. It is likely there may be 4 or 5 officers. Now, them, they don't have knowledge of the acts. Meanwhile, the law is saying officers. So when that particular officer is able to establish that I have no knowledge of it, then he is deemed not liable. And I'm saying that we have a regular rendition in previous laws that we have passed. And probably the drafter can help us with that issue. We should just borrow that and then put it here. That's all. Unless the House has taken a decision that henceforth that is not the way to go.
Yes.
I think that I get the drift of where you were leading, or the cue that you were giving the honourable member, ranking member. It's talking about unincorporated body of persons. We are not talking about incorporated bodies. The thing you are seeking to create refers to incorporated bodies, which is bodies that are incorporated under the Companies Act. And so that one, you can create an exception that in the event that an officer can exonerate him or herself from the act, then he or she is not liable. That would apply here. Speaker, this one is clearly talking about unincorporated bodies. So I don't see how that principle can be moved to create a C under section clause 14. And so I think that is misplaced. And so we shouldn't insert or a C that seeks to make provision for persons or incorporated bodies in situations where their officers are not found culpable for the Speaker. So I totally disagree with the ranking member on this.
In fact, the legal directorate advises us that the rendition as contained here is the standard one. So I think I'll proceed to put the question on the proposed amendment. Yes.
What I'm saying is similar to what is in 12.2.
For 2 of this bill, 12.2.
Clause 12.2 A and B.
A. Sympathy for an act prohibited under this act, or a change of public opinion towards an act prohibited under this act. What is there? What is similar under that one?
The A is saying did not consent to or at the commission of the offence.
Are we holding different bills?
Exercise the degree of.
I think you're holding a different bill.
Mr. Speaker, it's rather clause 13 2A. 13 2A.
Okay, I'm reading 13. Where a person is convicted under subsection 1, the owner of the media, technological platform, or technological account on which the material or information is produced, procured, marketed, broadcasted, disseminated, published, or disturbed under subsection 1 is deemed to have committed unless it is proved that the owner did not consent to or connive at the commission of the offence, and B, exercised the degree of reasonable diligence as ought in the circumstances to have been exercised to prevent the commission of the offence. That is ownership. You're talking about an owner. And you think that the same exemption should be granted to an officer.
The word we are using in the rendition is officers and persons. So there may be more than one. And it is possible that myself and Sam George may be officers of that particular body. However, I have not connived or consent to the crime that we are legislating on. So, similarly, once established that I have not consented or connived, then I should not be held liable. So it is the same proviso that I'm talking about in the rendition that we are looking at. Something similar to that. The rationale is the same. The reasoning is the same, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, leader.
I think we should avoid going backwards and forwards. My colleague is, we are on 13, right? 13. We are on 14.
We are on 14.
Yes.
And they suggesting that in 13, when an officer of an incorporated body can prove that he had no knowledge of the offense, then he cannot not guilty. And he's suggesting that we should apply the same principle in 14, that where an unincorporated is convicted, it is deemed that the principal officers are also guilty. But where a parole officer can show that he had no knowledge or did not consent, then he should be excused. He should not be convicted. So it's saying that the same principle should apply as in this one.
Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm drawing attention to 13. 13.3b. 13.3b. It says where an unincorporated body or persons is convicted under subsection 1, 2, 3, or 4 of this section, the principal officers of the body or persons shall be deemed to have also committed offense. It begins with 13. Now we are in 14. So I'm just saying that, I'm just drawing his attention. Now we have agreed on this. And this will seek to then negate what we did in 13.3b. But that is where I even first made the amendment.
Yes, honourable members. Are you proposing an amendment, or so far has been a discussion? If you want an amendment, you may propose same for it to be considered.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I propose that we have 14 to C. That a principal officer who did not consent or connive with the commission of the offense shall not be guilty of the offense.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, if I'm to follow the rationale of the honourable member for Akachi, then if the House, what is suggesting then would mean that we have to go back to 13.2 and lift the concluding part of 13.2 to qualify 14. The concluding part of 2 says it's deemed to have offense. Then he wants to add, unless it is proved that the person or the officer, unless it's proved that the officer did not consent to or could not at the commission of the offense, and B, exercise the degree of reasonable diligence maybe ought to. I think that there's an omission as ought.
Yes, if you can get them to.
In the circumstances to have been exercised to prevent the commission of the offense. I think if we are to agree with the rationale, then we must have to lift that portion to then qualify 14(2)(b). But the same thing then, Mr. Speaker, will have to apply to 14(3)(b). We then have to have the same rendition. That is if I agree.
Leader, I can't see any 14(3).
No, I said 13(3). Yes, 13(3). If we agree with what he's proposing, then we'll have to lift 13(2), the concluding part of 13(2), which includes A and B, to conclude it. And then we'll come back 13(3)(b) to do the same surgery there.
Yes.
I agree with leader that we can import it.
So let's put the question and then I'll instruct the department to effect those changes for them to reflect in the amendment.
That is so, Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful.
So I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, now I'll return to your proposed amendment. He said the heading should reflect the changes earlier made.
Yes, the heading of clause 14. Earlier, the majority leader actually made a proposed amendment which was accepted by the House to include the word promotes. The majority leader, he proposed an amendment to 14(1) to include the word promote, so that it reads a person who funds, promotes, or sponsors. So I'm saying that in the heading, it should reflect in the heading. So the heading should read promotion of funding, prohibition of funding, promoting, or sponsorship for prohibited activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 14. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to.
That's okay.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move an amendment under clause 14(1). Mr. Speaker, subclause 1, line 3, to delete to imprisonment of no less than 5 years. 3 years. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's gone to 3 years. Mr. Speaker, so to delete to imprisonment for a term of no less than 5 years and not more than 10 years, and to insert on summary conviction to impose a fine or a community service. Mr. Speaker, this proposal would have consequential effects on clauses 13, where we talk about custodial sentence. Mr. Speaker, I will take the opportunity to reiterate a point earlier made in today's deliberation. Mr. Speaker, our country has taken a strong position on Act 30. Speaker, we have criticized Act 30 for being too rigid when it comes to sentencing. Mr. Speaker, Act 30 provides that where a person is convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor of an offense punishable by imprisonment other than an offense for which the sentence is fixed by law, they may sentence that person to a fine in addition to or in lieu of any other punishment to which that person is liable. Mr. Speaker, the discussion out there is that this legislative piece is very rigid and stifles the potential for a more rehabilitative justice system that can adapt to the nuances of each case. That there is a need for a legislative reform that expands the judiciary's discretion, emphasizing non-custodial measures as a viable and a preferred alternative to imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at the memorandum accompanying this bill. I've read it in extenso. Mr. Speaker, the sponsors invite us to acknowledge this, that the object of the bill provides for proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values. Mr. Speaker, in coming to this floor with this amendment, I've read the two holy books which we are most familiar with, the Quran and the Bible. These two books of prominence talk about forgiveness, about reform. Mr. Speaker, if we insist on custodial sentence because a man, a citizen, or an individual within this jurisdiction has breached our proper human value system and family system, what do we want to do? To reform or to destroy? To give an opportunity for such a person to come back with a new character, which character will conform with our value system. Mr. Speaker, if that is so, then we should look at the conditions of our prisons. I dare say that should a person go to the prison, he would come back worse off. Mr. Speaker, in active practice, some 10 years back, a client was supposed to be in law. In the evening, the police officer told me that, counsel, if we send your client to Accra, the Central Police Station, the Speaker, for want of a better word, let me say it in Twi. That is what was said. I was told as a practitioner. To which, if we send your client to a central prison, there are some hardened criminals there. They would, they would
sodomize
you.
Mr. Speaker. Sodomize.
Mr. Speaker, they will sodomize. Mr. Speaker, we know, we've seen documentaries in this country where people tell us their experiences at Nsawam. As a law student, I had the opportunity of visiting Nsawam. with our class. When we went there, some inmates told us their stories, how they get sodomized and they are forced into certain situations that we are talking about in this chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, I hold this humble view that the shift to custodial sentence, which is the practice now by our judiciary, which is aimed at dealing with issues of overcrowding in our prisons, dealing with the issue of the costs and the adverse effects of individuals and their families. Non-custodial sentences, Mr. Speaker, such as fines, probation, community service, restitution, and suspended sentences are advocated for their rehabilitative potential and reduction in all manner of social distraction. Mr. Speaker, let me stay on the rehabilitation bit. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about proper sexual rights and Ghanaian family values. If the aim is to promote this.
Very well. Senior, can you propose your amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed amendment and I'm providing the justification.
We've heard your justification.
Mr. Speaker, I'm on the leg of the justification with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. You know, I would want to make my point just for the record. And if members would want to go emotional on it, so be it. But Mr. Speaker, let me finish. The rehabilitating...
Leader, kindly hold on. Leader.
Honourable Speaker, my honourable member, very passionate about the points he's raising. Very good points. Points were passionately made yesterday. In the right honourable Speaker listened, and I think the point he's making, the reason why I support the point made earlier that the amendment must follow is that we clearly understand where he's coming from. And let me restate it. I think what you are saying is that if really our goal is to rehabilitate and to make sure our values are imbibed, then there must be opportunity for reform. And so, at the first instance, the opportunity for non-custodial sentence is what you are proposing. But I don't believe that we should tie the hands of the judges, you know, how in that opportunity, especially yesterday, you yourself made a very good point that repeat offenders, well, it was made. I listened to it. That repeat offenders who have been given a chance to reform, who have a chance to pay fines, at some point, must have custodial sentences. So I think the point that you're making is very clear. So you can propose your amendment, and I think your point, your passionate point has been made, so that we can vote it up or down. And that's what I'm suggesting. I thank you, the right honourable Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Speaker,
I am seeing support from leadership in particular to support the chair, the Speaker, to manage the House. We have adopted new rules. A lot of them are existing already. We've only reenacted. I think that we should be guided by the procedure at consideration stage, which is in Order 171. I've been reading it to be sure that we are doing the same things. But, Leader, you conclude. After that, I'll be very strict about how the procedure regulates a House. So, can you conclude, Honourable Deputy Majority Leader?
So, Mr. Speaker, I was on the leg of my argument of why we need a non-custodial sentence. And that leg had to do with the need for rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, it is my concern that given the state of our prisons, a custodial sentence will not lead to a rehabilitation of the offender if he is convicted. Rehabilitation cannot be found there. Therefore, it cannot be an option. Mr. Speaker, if indeed we are promoting Ghanaian family values, then our Ghanaian family values would not have the consequence of those who are in breach being destroyed in society. Speaker, it could be a son, a nephew, an uncle, an auntie. It could be a bishop's own son. It could be a head of a Catholic church. It could be Church of Pentecost elder son. It could be any. But Mr. Speaker, it is important to acknowledge the fact that social integration is critical. A person who is involved in such acts, or a person who is involved in promoting such act, which we all agree that indeed part of our family value system, and we don't want it as a country. But then, what can we do to allow the reintegration of such a person? It shouldn't be a situation where we are going to send such a person into long prison. Mr. Speaker, I have proposed amendment and I'm giving the justification. Perhaps
Leader, address me. Address me.
Shut up. Shut up. Man, how do you own your contract? Or what your contract? What do you own your contract? Like that.
Mr. Speaker, let me finish. I'm going to sit down. Let me finish. You know I'm not ever a coward. When I'm making my point, I'll make my point. Mr. Speaker, you invited us to assist you. And I will do so. Mr. Speaker, I stand here as a Ghanaian. I stand here as an officer of the court. I stand here as a Catholic. I stand here as a Christian. I stand here as a father. Mr. Speaker, and a legislator. And I'm making my point. My respected friend, Sam George, I respect him. And I would want him to be patient to allow at least the seat I sit on as a deputy leader of this house. I am making my point. The essence of legislation is to put all the cards on the table, these issues. I know, Mr. Speaker, we have several papers. We have several papers that have been submitted in public discourse on custodial sentence. We know the laws we pass in this country on custodial sentence, where we are saying that we should have a shift. Is that different from what we are doing? We have criticized.
Thank you, leader. Your point is very well made.
By saying that I don't want a situation where, whilst I'm addressing you, colleagues would want to be shouting across the, saying certain things. It's not appropriate. I just want us to get that clear. Mr. Speaker, having made all the points,
yes,
Mr. Speaker,
your point is well made. You want us to replace custodial sentence with what, fines?
A fine.
So you have proposed
community, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that was what I moved. Okay, community.
So let's get a clear
proposal
on the text.
What they their patience would allow us to proceed on.
Now, yes, your proposal is what delete for a term of not less than 5 years. And insert what there?
In each place, Mr. Speaker, insert it will have consequential effect. Mr. Speaker, so just for the avoidance of doubt, we delete to imprisonment for a term of not less than 5 years and not more than 10 years. I'm told that that has changed to 3. Yes, so the entire clause, the entire line, and then on summary conviction, to a fine.
To a fine.
Mr. Speaker, I will need,
you propose how much fine?
Mr. Speaker, the penalty point, that one would come back and do it. I just want to do the main issue that the fine.
Unfortunately, you have to be specific.
Mr. Speaker, that's fine.
So maybe what 1,000 penalty points
Mr. Speaker, to a fine of 50 penalty units.
50 penalty units.
Or to a community center, community service.
Where is community service provided for in any of our laws?
Pardon?
Community service.
Mr. Speaker, we've not passed the bill on community service, but we can.
No, I'm saying if we sentence somebody to community service, where is that relevant?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I can assist the House. Mr. Speaker, the community service in this, since this matter has to do with human values, okay? The communities will be being given an opportunity to do some counseling in the mosque or in the church or being in any social.
But that's what I'm asking. We are proposing that.
Then keep quiet and let me finish my work.
Honorable, can you address me? You're proposing that an offender be sentenced to either a fine or community service.
Correct.
When a fine is regulated by the penalty unit. Fine. If it is prison, we know it's regulated by the Prisons Act. Yeah. Now, when it comes to community service,
we can define it as interpretation. If we adopt it, then we can have the interpretation of what we mean by community service at the place.
In effect, there's no legislation regulating community service as of now.
That is correct.
And you want this legislation to create and regulate community service.
Mr. Speaker, we can.
We can, but is that your proposal?
Mr. Speaker, it is rightly so.
Very well. So your proposal is delete to an imprisonment for a term of not less than 5 and not more than 10 years, and insert 50 penalty, a fine of 50 penalty units, or to community service.
It is so.
Very well. Honourable members, the proposed amendment.
The committee, I want to define it for a period of not less than 3 months.
Community service for not less than 3 months.
It is so.
Right. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the amendment ably moved by the leader. My reasons, Mr. Speaker, if at this bill, the memorandum of the bill, it does not seek to punish the doers of the act or people who will be found guilty. In fact, one of the things that delayed this bill, which I proposed to the committee reconsider, was how to sustain the proposal that was inclusive in the bill, that if any person practices it and the person would want to be guided, to be counseled, and be given doctors to treat the person. That was part of the bill initially, which supports the fact that the bill does not necessarily aim at putting people in prisons. I think what the amendment, the vice chair, the vice leader is proposing, Afenyo, is to avoid custodial sentence. It is true, we have gone through this, and Mr. Speaker, we have spent money on this bill more than any other bill, to the best of my knowledge. We had sat and done public hearing. We had had pastors to talk to us. We have had Muslims to talk to us. Ghanaians are not in favor of that, of this. My friend cited
Ghanaians are not in favor of what?
Ghanaians are not in favor of the LGBT community. What is known as gayism. Ghanaians are not in favor of that, and Ghanaians would want to go against that. And indeed, everybody in this room for that fact. When we were doing the second reading, Mr. Speaker said that if any person had a contrary view, that person should get up, and nobody up. Mr. Speaker,
Chairman, now we're at the punishment level.
May I have your protection, Mr. Speaker?
I want you to go back to where we are.
Right.
Punishment. The proposed amendment is to replace a prison term with a fine or community service.
Yes,
you
Mr.
support
Speaker.
that? Yes.
Yes,
Can you speak to that?
So what I am proposing, Mr. Speaker, is that we gain nothing, especially when the memorandum and the aim and the principles of this bill does not support the fact that we need to punish the person by imprisoning the person. If the person is imprisoned, we do not get a chance to reform the person. Especially, Mr. Speaker, may I have your protection? Honorable Governor, allow me to. If we have gotten to a level where nobody can say anything contrary apart from what they have proposed, then, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be.
I am listening to you, so
Mr.
please.
Speaker, so it is really important that, and I remember that the Catholic Bishop Conference, when they were before us, when we did the public hearing, one of the things that the pastor said was that God loves the doer of the act, but God hates the act. I then proceeded to ask, my Lord, so what do we do? Do we imprison the person? Then he said that I am not a member of parliament. You are members of parliament. So we leave the discretion to you to make your discretion. Mr. Speaker, this is the time. Is it the case that we have to put the person in prison? And what do we gain when the person is in prison? Statistics have shown that there's sodomy that we want to prevent. It's even practiced more when the person is put into prison. So why do we incarcerate the person into prison when we can get other, for instance, the community sentence that my friend proposes? For instance, if he's doing the community service and any person sees him and is asked what he did and is being allowed to do the community service, it's more severe than sending the person to prison. So I will support the fact that if we can do away, and my friend made the proposal that this is not only on clause 4, we must as well, it must be consequential on clause 13 and clause 12 as well. That it must be consequential, that we have to do away with custodial sentence,
Your point is
and then we can do with a fine and other forms of punishment.
Your point is well made. Why should I put the question? I'd like to hear everybody. Honorable Member Fasamasi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about how we are dragging the issue of custodial sentence. Mr. Speaker, like you rightly asked my colleague, the Deputy Majority Leader, if we want to choose community service, what will be the guideline? There's no any guideline to that. And all of us know, until we have a line that will guide how community service is. Any attempt to align this to community service is like saying that the person should get away with it. But this argument about custodial sentence and not to imprison anybody or punish anybody through custodial sentence, the Speaker, is absolutely non-starter. Why am I saying that? When someone steals, our rule says that depending on what the person steals, a custodial sentence commensurate with the crime. It is not because the state hates that person. I don't think the state hates that person who steals. That's why we are imprisoning that person. So, Mr. Speaker, in my view, we must try as much as possible to be realistic, to create the impression as if, one group of persons wants to create a law that is not heard anywhere above our country. Because once people commit crime, they need to be punished. And that is why, where I agree, since yesterday, argument is that have the fines and the custodial sentence going together. But to say that, for example, if we fine that person, well, if we think that we can make the fine very hefty, that's fine. But let's keep the judge the discretion of choosing both the fine and the imprisonment. Or to say that, no, looking at your situation, maybe this is your first time, so maybe only have a fine. Or no, this is your second time, so have fine, a little incarceration. But to say that you remove incarceration completely, Mr. Speaker, we'll be making mockery of ourselves. So I just want to put that if our colleagues, especially the majority there, has worries with the number of years, you can suggest something lower, and then we'll carry it. But to say that let's throw everything away and leave it only fine or only or remove the whole of it and use only current service, I think that will be problematic. Because implementation, we should be very mindful about implementation, the challenges that will come along with the implementation. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we should settle on this, because since yesterday, each time we get to fine and custodial sentence, that's where we spend a lot of time. And it's looking as if we are just going forward and back. But let's agree on something that can be consistent with what we call the bill, so that it can move faster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Unfortunately, yesterday I was not here, so I did not experience these. So I am not guided, but let me give ample time before I put the question. Yes, Honorable Iwiamo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we can make progress. Bringing in community sensing will be a problem for us. There's not the legislative structure, the regime, to be able to say that this is how persons should be sentenced to for any crime and to perform the community service. That should be done away with all due respect. The other aspect is, I think we should be able to give the discretion, either fine or custodial sentence. We should set the limits, so that depending on the matter, then they will decide that this deserves custodial sentence or this deserves a fine. So we should be guided by that, and then we make progress, as far as I'm concerned.
You are part of the proposers. You'll be the last person to speak. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, if you recall, the storm, the battle that started in this House on this issue, which led to the bill being proposed by our colleagues, who, with the funding, the sponsorship of advocacy and the promotion of this matter. That is the original reason. That was what triggered the discussion in this House that led to some of our colleagues proposing this bill. So this clause indeed is at the heart of the matter before this House. Whether or not this country should end.
In fact, this clause is about promoters, funders, and sponsors,
not even the activity. Not the activity. It is the funders, the promoters. If you recall, it had to do with allegedly a foreign mission funding an NGO to establish for the purposes of promoting the activity. That was what triggered anger across the country that led to colleagues proposing this bill. Mr. Speaker, I don't think right at this stage for us to back down from that position, that we must do everything to stop the funding and the promotion of such activities. That is why reducing it even to fine, because those people are so rich that they are capable of paying all your fines. Fining will not be a deterrent. Community service, our colleagues have already shown, is not a well-structured system in this country. So if you punish somebody, sentence somebody to community service, you don't even know the mechanism by which it can be executed. So the issue is, should we as a people allow people to fund, promote, encourage this activity? If we disagree, we must make the punishment so steep as to be an effective. So let's leave this as it is, so that if you are encouraging, promoting, financing, because we have a regime that deals with the actors, those who actually engage in the activity. It is there that we can be talking about reformation, we can be talking about rehabilitation, we can be talking about community service, that is those who have engaged in the activity and want to encourage them to come out of the activity. But those who are not involved in the activity but think they have money and can encourage the activity with their money, Mr. Speaker, we must equally meet them with the type of punishment that will discourage them from engaging in that activity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I don't think there's anything more to say. I'll put the question on the proposed amendment. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against say no. It appears to me some people have voted twice. It's to be some people have voted twice. I will annul the question and put it again.
Mr. Speaker, before you put the question, I think I listened carefully to my seat at the bar, Honorable Ayariga. He made a point.
Let me hear you, Honorable Leader.
These guys, you don't know what you're doing. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to Honorable Ayariga, and he makes an important point. That point has to do with an earlier mission made by me, to the effect that we should rather argue on restoration, conciliation, and inclusiveness when it comes to the offenders. So he's with me when it comes to non-custodial sentence for the offenders, but for promoters and sponsors and all. No, you see, Mr. Speaker,
Let's proceed and address it.
So, Mr. Speaker, he has underscored that point very clearly, that we should be looking at non-custodial sentence for the offenders. Yes, that's the point he made. We are at consideration stage, my respected colleague Sam George. We have consideration. So, and if I heard Honorable Muntaka right, he also proposed that perhaps I could amend my proposal to reflect a lower prison term, if minded, rather than the custodial, the issue of community sentence. But Mr. Speaker, you put the question, and for some reason, when the motion was going to, or was on its way to victory, you paused. Mr. Speaker, you paused. You put the question.
I think some voted twice. It's okay. So I'm putting the question again. The thing is, in respect of the proposed amendment to delete custodial sentence and insert fines and community service. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against the proposed amendment, say no. The noes have it. The proposed amendment is defeated. I'll put the question on entire clause 14 as amended. And the question is clause 14 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. Yes.
Just because there is an amendment standing in the name of Majority Leader.
In the name of who?
Very well, let's finish.
So, all in favor of the closing adversely amended?
That's why I was drawing your attention to the VI. The VI. Okay.
That was what the last thing he moved, and after that, the other member for Dom Kwabenya also moved their own. So we moved all of that. So, all in favor of clause 4 adversely amended, being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 adversely amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Disbandment of LGBTQIA plus group, society, association, club or organization.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment proposed. Delete LGBTQIAP plus and insert LGBAP plus. I so move. Mr. Speaker, the reasoning that this is very long and it's generally accepted that if you say the, because it's on and the plus will never end. So once we have the LGBTQP plus, covers whatever we have and in future as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, this amendment has to be done in consonance with what we have done earlier on in this bill, in clause 6, where we spelled out what the offenses are. And when we did that in clause 6, we redefined this to be LGBTQAP plus. That's what we as a house in clause 6, when we defined what the offenses were. We defined lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, queer, allied, pansexual, and plus. Those were the ones we made this. And then said for consistency's sake, across the entire bill, we would make it LGBTQAP. So that is my further amendment, that this should read LGBTQAP plus in line with consistency of clause 6 of the bill. I shall move.
You don't have a motion before us, so you can move. That the chairman's amendment was I didn't hear you seek permission from the chairman. That is what the law, that is what our rules say. Head note delete. So the head note is LGBTQ plus group, society, association, club, but he wanted it to be reduced to LGBTPAP plus. Chairman, yes, your member is saying that they have actually adopted the first part, and that should reflect in the subsequent ones.
Mr. Speaker, except to say that he's not my member of my committee. He is a sponsor of the bill, but he's not a member of the committee. I agree with him on this, Mr. Speaker.
So, in that case, the amendment rather should be abandoned. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me seek your leave and permission to make a further amendment, because we are not going to maintain the long rendition there. So we are making an amendment to the chairman's amendment of LTAP plus to now make it LGBTTQAP plus, which is a bit longer than the chairman's amendment but shorter than what is in the bill. So it will read disbandment of LGBTQAP plus group, society, association, club, or organization.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, to say that my friend is confusing me. We want to make the thing simple, and we justify it by saying that the plus takes care of whatever had not been mentioned. He now mentions TTAP plus, and I think it's still longer than the one that I have moved that we want to cut. If there is any other reason why he wants to go than the short form that we have proposed, I'll be ready to accommodate that. Thank you.
Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I just want the chairman to revert his mind to what we did in clause 6. Yes, we did this previously before in the last meeting of Parliament. We identified and designated what are the offences in this bill. When we came, it was a very long rendition with LGBTQQIA8. And when we did the consideration the last meeting, we then in clause 6, identifying what exactly the offences are, we took out intersex, took out questioning, had a debate on whether queer as an umbrella body name should be in it or not. And House adopted and agreed on LGBTQAP plus. So this has to be a consequential amendment that will run through the entire bill.
Honorable Member for Ngo Pram Pram, in the general discussions in this country, do you hear QQTTB? All you hear is LGBTQ. And the plus take care of all the others. So I suggest that to make it, we should just stick to LGBTQ plus, and it covers all others. Because it is rather mouthful to what I don't have here is LGBTQAP plus. But if we add the plus, and then you take LGBTQ plus, it's the same thing. Yes, Honorable Mundaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want my colleague, Honorable Sam George and Co, to appreciate, because we've done this in and you reminded the chair, and he said he agrees. So all we need to do is that to pick the rendition in clause 6 and let it run throughout. So that's why the chair Mr. Speaker was asking them, we need to undo this amendment because it's already been taken care of in clause 6, only to give the consequential sense so that we make progress. That's all. Because we've already dealt with it in clause 6, and we shouldn't be repeating it here. Thank you, Speaker.
I truly wish that we just stay at what is popular, LGBTQ plus. And that is what everybody knows. That is not the name, but the plus covers every other identifiable offense. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, for the sake of consistency, because previous clauses were amended as such, this one consequentially must also be amended.
Very well. So I only direct persons to insert consequentially the adopted title for the record. So we'll proceed. Item VII. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. So which one have we agreed on?
The one which you say was adopted previously.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we have
the draft persons who provide what is
the sponsors are insistent on putting words in. Then we must as well have the long list, because even at clause 6, we can go back and amend it and use the short form, because my understanding was that once we add the plus, it takes care of everything. And this does not affect the substance of the bill. It is just the name given to it. We give the definition. We can even do second consideration and correct it. And then we are consistent with what we had already proposed. But to introduce TT plus and whatnot is still as long as the long one that we are dealing with. So the ones that we are proposing, we can say that this must affect clauses consequentially, and then we are safe to go. Thank you.
I've already directed the draft persons to consequentially let the agreed version reflect in the headline here. Item VIII. It's proposed amendment in the name of the majority leader. Yes.
The guy is not here, and if I can move it.
Authority amendment. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I have the authority of the leader to move the amendment on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Line 2. State purpose, whether partly, and insert purpose, whether partly or fully. Mr. Speaker, the reason is that if you say partly, it's as if it is fully, it's not covered by the rendition. Hence, there is the need to introduce whether partly or fully. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes. Yes, very well. I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is now put a question. Clause 15 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Prohibition of LGBTQAP plus group, society, association, club or organization.
I'll rather direct the draft persons to consequentially insert the agreed rendition. Yes. So I'll proceed to item XI. Also in the name of the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, clause 16, amendment proposed, sub clause 1, closing phrase, line after partly, insert or fully. Mr. Speaker, is consequential.
Very well. The draft persons are hereby directed to insert the consequential amendment. I think item XI is also the same thing, or? That's what we just did. So item XII. Chairman of the committee.
Subclause 1, closing phrase. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Subclause 2, line 3. Subclause 2, line 3. Delete less than 6 years and not more than 10 years, and insert more than 5 years.
Sorry, Chairman, what do you want
Mr.
to
Speaker,
do?
I want to check if it is not more than 3 years. If I may read the whole phrase, it's a punishment, if I may read. A person who contravention 1 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to imprisonment for it of not less than, so it should read of not less than, if it's 5 years, then it means that already we have already proposed
not less than 5 years.
The import, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to go by that because we have already introduced 3 years earlier on, which will go in line with the amendment. So if we can say not more than 5 years, I would be okay with that. The sentence of a term of imprisonment not more than 5 years. That would be my proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment. Not less than 3 years and not more than 5 years. Mr. Speaker, this is consistent with the previous offences that we created.
This is being a member of the group, the LGBT group, is that right? And 3 to 5 years, the same as the one who is funding it and promoting it.
I may want to, because most of the clauses that were done were hurriedly done in my absence anyway. So I want to be, yes. I mean, if you want me to give further and better particulars, I'll say that. The other time we were in
Honourable, address me, please.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to be, if we had said that the minimum punishment is 3 years, then if you said not less than 3 years and not more than 5 years, would be all right. But if you have said that a maximum of 3 years earlier offences, then we can only say that the punishment must not go beyond 3 years. That's why I would want the House to help.
Let's be clear, Naman. What do we want? A punishment of imprisonment for what period?
Mr. Speaker, I'll be grateful. I was asking my colleague friends, the sponsors, what we had agreed on in the past. It's I'm just listening to me. Honorable,
you are addressing me.
Mr. Speaker, so if I may seek guidance. You have said the highest punishment was 3 years, then we cannot say minimum be 3 years here. So, Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance on what we have done in the past in my absence. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, minimum 3 years, maximum 5 years. Period. But Mr. Speaker, this is House of Record. I agree that some amendments were done in the absence of the chairman of the committee. But to say that the amendment was hurriedly done in his absence, Mr. Speaker, I completely disagree with him.
Can we discuss this matter? The period, 3 to 5 years, that's what we want. Minimum 3 years, maximum 5 years. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, for the sake of the chairman who was absent yesterday when his committee's report, without reason, when his own committee's bill was being taken. I just want to explain to him that yes, we are not out to say freezing people per se, but we want to create deterrent factor. But like the Honorable Muhammad Ayariga stated, what created the furore in this country was the establishment of an advocacy or promotion of the activity. That is what Ghanaians are against. Nobody is interested in what you do in your bedroom. And so the punishment for one caught in the act yesterday was agreed to be a minimum of 6 months, maximum of 3 years. However, for anyone acting in a promotion, willful promotion, sponsor or support of the agenda, the punitive measure for that is minimum 3 years, maximum 5 years. Because what we want to do is to stop the promotion that is targeting our children in secondary schools. The setting up of clubs in secondary schools, in neighborhoods. That is the real danger, and that's why that punishment is even higher. So, Mr. Speaker, we stand by the minimum 3 years, maximum 5 years. Thank you.
So the amendment should read, insert minimum 3 years, maximum 5 years. Is that okay? I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, I'll put a question on tab clause 16. And the question is, clause 16 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Prohibition of adoption order for LGBTQAP+ persons.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this must be consequential. But if, as you directed, we go by it, because I'm not sure which one we have agreed on at this time. But it's consequential with your direction. Thank you.
Very well. So, is it with the rest? Very well. So I direct the draft persons to amend in accordance with what has already been agreed. Clause XIV, XV, XVI. Each of them, the chairman is proposing that we delete them. I think you can move the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, clause 17F. I'm proposing that the F be deleted. There is the word queer. And at the committee level, we agreed that the word queer was a generic word for the community. And that is why I seek to delete it. And then, the next, there's that we want to delete queer. And then the J, no, H first. That is pansexual. And then also delete I, which is intersex. So the 3 deleted. I so move.
No members for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I'm opposed to the present amendment on grounds that the offences that have been created under 6 forms part of the offences, and therefore deleting it will not be in consonance with what we have.
I'm sorry, I was going to ask a question. What do we mean when we say queer?
Mr. Speaker, queer is a category of the LGBT community who identify themselves as not conforming to the natural order of mankind. For Mr. Speaker, if you look at the interpretation section, with your leave, if I may read, under clause we tend to move the interpretation to the end of the bill. It is contained in the bill now under the interpretation section. Queer means an all-inclusive identity of the various identities or variations that the LGBTQ++ community. Mr. Speaker. So this is the definition
So
they are ascribing.
what conduct will you charge as queer? If what would I do that will make me fall foul of the law? Say queer.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, in the last meeting, there was a proposal to delete queer because it was considered an umbrella term. Now, the argument and decision of this House was that this is an ever-evolving and changing group of persons with different expressions that we may not have even covered presently. Because as we speak now, Mr. Speaker, there are 48 expressions of gender identity. We are looking at just 7 or 8. And so the question then arose that if queer is the umbrella body, we should maintain it in the bill to serve as an umbrella term in case somebody who is not lesbian, who is not gay, who is not transgender, who is not transsexual, who is not pansexual, but somebody wakes up and says they are 2S, for example. 2S is two spirits. It is part of the LGBTQ+ agenda. So they are covered by queer.
If I'm 2S, what offense have I?
So that is why we have put Q. That is why we have put Q, which is the umbrella body for all such non-binary expressions of gender. So for example, if you come in as a 2S, Mr. Speaker, it then means that, because Mr. Speaker, the queer, the 2S, is a person up in the morning and says they have two spirits in them, one male, one female. And so depending on the time of day, their pronoun is him or her. Now they refer to those people, you don't refer to him as him or her, you refer to that individual as they.
Who over there, they may but here in our country. This bill.
So Mr. Speaker.
This bill, one moment. This promotion of proper human sexual rights. If somebody says he has 10 spirits, let them have it. How have that?
So Mr. Speaker, this is
go against the proper human sexual
Mr.
rights.
Mr. Speaker, this is in reference to adoption of children. This what we are considering, Mr. Speaker, is adoption of children, adoption orders. And so this House held the view that we will not subject Ghanaian children to things that is not binary in nature, where we know a man and a woman. So we don't want anybody to come from, biologically come from outside this country, who is a two-spirit and refers to themselves as they, to come to Osu Children's Home and adopt a child from Osu's home. Go home and the person says, mommy, and he says, no, don't call me she, call me they. That we want to prevent. And that's why we say that queer is an umbrella term. And Mr. Speaker, if you have, again, once we have adopted the umbrella, the term LGBTQAP+, and criminal in clause 6, you cannot then give one of those expressions an opportunity to come and do adoption, because you have criminalized it. So once we've criminalized queer, being queer in the bill, Mr. Speaker, a queer person cannot be allowed to adopt a child. In Ghana.
You see, in our country, when we use queer in this country, we refer to a different set of people who doesn't know any of the things you're talking about here. You know, so I'm worried about introduction of queer to. Let me listen to the leader. I'll come to you.
Speaker, I think there are two challenges that we have to consider. Now, if you look at interpretation, queer, we are good, is an all-inclusive term. Interpretation. It says queer, and that's on page 8. Queer means an all-inclusive identity of the various identities or variations that constitute the LGBTQIAAP+ community. The Speaker, if that is the case, and he says that George is saying to us that it is an umbrella term. I don't believe that is an umbrella term. Umbrella has very small coverage. Mr. Speaker, maybe it's a tent. It's a tent that houses all these people. And that being the case, if that is the case, why then do we even have the others? That was the basis for questioning the introduction of Q in 6. When I was here at the time, I don't know what happened subsequently, but I recollect that it was on account of that a motion was moved to oust Q. Because we have mentioned all those ones. And if indeed we have to reinstate Q, then we don't need the others. Then the bill should have just referred to the Q community. Because it's an all-inclusive, community, which may include those yet not included. That was the issue at the time. Subsequently, it was brought back. When it was brought back, we discussed it. But it seems to me that the question was not put on it to bring it to a closure. No question put on it to bring it to a closure. So it's left hanging. So what do we do? Everywhere else that this business is discussed, it includes the Q anyway. So do we include it? If we have to include it, then definitely we have to define it as provided under clause. So, Mr. Speaker, first of all, let's deal with that outstanding matter. The outstanding matter is that when it was brought back, the question, check the records, the question was not put. No?
In fact, the record that was brought to me was that the question was not put, not yesterday. The draft persons,
yes, let's deal with that. If we have to include it, then we are clear in our minds. Then we move on. Otherwise, this one will not even arise. If the question has been put on that, this issue that we are discussing now will not even arise. So let's close that door and then move on. I think that because anywhere at all that it comes up for discussion, it includes the Q, I believe that we have to include it. Let's put a question and shut it down.
Mr. Speaker, may I? Mr. Speaker, on this queer thing, as leader expressed, we have it in the proposal that the proponents bring to the House. On the basis of this, we agreed that the queer
is a term for the community that we are dealing with, and therefore we have to delete it. My friend Sam George understands the subject probably more than anybody in this house. The last time he was talking about the fact that somebody can marry a thing. I was saying that it is not known in our culture, and he cited that there was a man that had married a window and all that, and that he had orgasm with zero. These are foreign things. Let's bring them home. Queer had been agreed that it is a generic term, and therefore we don't have to include this. Now, if you want to amend, go back to the amendment and include the word queer. That LGBTQ, otherwise known as queer, would mean this, so be it. But we cannot have queer and deal with queer, because any person in that community is referred to queer person. So I still stand by the amendment that I propose, Mr. Speaker, that we should delete F, clause 17F, which is queer, and we should delete clause 17H, and we should delete clause 17I. I so propose.
Yes, leader.
I think that if the understanding is that here is a generic term, then what we need to do, instead of deleting the others, and because, as I said, anywhere this business is discussed, it includes a Q, it includes queer, so they could be there. But in that regard, we rather will have to take out K, because the K is assumed in F. The K is assumed in F. It's rather the K that will be taken out. And then the F then will come last. The queer then will come last, because it's all encompassing. It covers others that are not covered here. That's the way to go. Mr. Speaker, before then, let's shut the door on the other one, and then we'll come here and then move on.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the roadmap or advice of the Honorable Majority Leader is apt. That if you look at the definition in K, it literally defines queer, Q. And so we should keep queer and rather delete K. And then also, Mr. Speaker, if you are so disposed, put the question on 6, which was outstanding per the records given to me by the draftspersons, outstanding on the 12th of December 2023. We put that question, we close that door, and then part of our records going forward.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in that case, we have to even go back to clause 1. Because I move amendment on clause 1. Queer be deleted because of the fact that anybody who is not heterosexual, anybody who is cisgender is queer. So if in clause 6, a person who is not cisgender is queer. So in clause 6, if it has been restored and the direction given that consequentially it be restored, then we need to go clause 1 and restore it also in clause 1.
That's the advice the table office gave me, that it had earlier been deleted,
yes,
and
clause 1.
Some question brought back, but
yes,
no decision was taken on it. So now the question is, do we want queer? Yes. I regret that I'm sitting here, because I wanted to argue against it very strongly and vote against it. But the question now is, what issue was the matter? What should I put a question?
Mr. Speaker, the question of this 6 that was argued, I will not blame anybody, but I don't remember when it was. But what do we want the queer for? We have started at the consideration at the committee level. The sponsors have educated us, and we came to accept the fact that queer is a generic term for the community. On that basis, I, as the chairman, I lead the committee on the floor of the House that let us delete the word queer because it is not necessary, because it's being used as a generic word. And then another person would want to bring the queer in. I am at a loss. I'm at a loss. Let us be consistent with agreed as a committee and do away with the queer. We can do the amendment at 6. Even when we are done with the bill, we can still do second consideration and certain clauses and ratify it, and we are good to go. So back to the sponsors. Why do you want the queer to be dealt with? And what is the meaning here? Why not? We have been educated to understand that queer means a person that is involved in all the items that we have mentioned. Why do we want to insert queer here?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I think the chairman should not be worried because the decision of the committee cannot override the decision of the House. The point is being made here that the committee has decided that queer is superfluous because of the meaning ascribed to it as an umbrella term for anybody who is not heterosexual, who is not cisgender. Therefore, in doing clause 6, the House has taken decision to restore the queer into even clause 1. So in view of the fact that it is being restored, consequentially, the current amendment is no longer needed. The current amendment is seeking to delete it. Meanwhile, it's going to be restored in 1 clause 6. So there is no need belaboring the point, insisting that the word queer should not be should be deleted.
I think the clause 6, the question was clause 6, or the question was on which?
Mr. Speaker, the question in clause 6 was on whether we should restore Q. Because there had been an amendment to delete it, and then a further amendment came to restore it. But Mr. Speaker, just to deal with the question that was asked by the chairman of why we want queer, Mr. Speaker,
let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman's own amendment, the chairman's amendment in XVII, the chairman's amendment in XVII is exactly the definition of queer that the majority leader has mentioned. That is the amendment he is bringing. And we are saying instead of putting that 4-line amendment you are bringing, we replace it with the word queer. So your own amendment is what we are trying to carry, just using one word instead of an explanation. That's it.
I just want to be guided. Which is it? Q. Six 1 E V queer. That was deleted and is to be restored. Right. Oh. Yes, Doctor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised at what is happening in the debate, whether it could be incorporated or not. Actually, the subject we are dealing with is not a monolithic subject. It's a heterogeneous subject. Sometimes even this LGBTQ thing is linked with even minority issues, gender issues. So I'm not actually surprised. What I want though is that this queer is restored because they are being clever. And if we don't restore it, if they want it to be a generic term, and when we pass this legislation, it will also address that generic thing that is in it. It's a heterogeneous subject, and if I may conclude, we are being invited to an exercise in madness, cultural madness, and that is what is happening here is not strange at all. So for me, to cure all those things, for the avoidance of that, we will go with them naturally, and then we shall see. Let's restore queer.
So the question is, all in favor of item 6 1 E Roman numeral V being a part of clause 6, say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now clause 6, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there is a need for consequential direction to affect clause 1.
Very well. I direct the draft persons to restore anywhere else in the bill that queer had been deleted. So, Chairman, now your amendment 17, it appears that item F has been overreached.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And then the key, I seek your directive. That I already moved for the F will stay, but the H and then the intersex and pansexual should be deleted. So I so move.
Yes, the proposed amendment is to delete pansexual and intersex. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the exercise we've just gone through with queer applies to pansexual. So pansexual again will still have to remain, but intersex is what we are all adding them that will be taking.
I'm sorry, which exercise are you talking about?
The discussion we just had now on deletion of queer or to keep it in. The issue of sexual, even in 6 and 1, there was no doubt about pansexual being part of the offenses. So the way we have just settled, what was in doubt was the queer, the Q, which we have settled now. So read what we have done, LGBTQAP+. The P there is pansexual, but there is no I. So on intersex, we agree that intersex is a biological anomaly, what we call hermaphrodites. So that you cannot criminalize. But pansexual and queer are part of the offenses in N1 that we have already agreed to. So I will plead with the chairman to, the way he's abandoned queer, also abandon pansexual, and let's just deal with the intersex deletion from the list. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not convinced that the queer, but because the house it should go. That's why I withdrew that. But a pansexual, it was also one of the things that we agree that it must be deleted. And let's look at the definition of pansexual.
I was just reading it. This is the first time I'm hearing the term pansexual. So I came to read it. Pansexual means a person who engages in a sexual or romantic activity with persons of any gender identity or expression, including persons who do not fit the binary sex categorization of male and female. So in Ghana, which sexual identity do we know, apart from male and female? Who else can any person deal with? What is transgender? It means you are not either or. Yeah, so if you switch to be he, you're dealing with he. If you switch from he to her, you're dealing with her. Anyway, yes, so the proposed amendment is in respect of yes, Doc.
Mr. Speaker, the danger in this LGBTQ is the potential to cause cultural mayhem, including even an assault on our language and its usage. If you accept concepts like transsexual, pansexual, queer, it means our language will have to change to reflect all those things. And in fact, it's mind-boggling. People have not I've read their mind. For me, it's not what even individuals, it's not like the thing makes me, let's say, for want of a better, dirty to me. But even the potential to even destroy everything that culturally that we have built over the years. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer you to what has happened even in the Roman Catholic Church. And I'm happy they've been a rollback because it was going to, this simple blessing was running the whole thing. So for some of us, we are against LGBT not because of their persona. That's why as a doctor, I cannot even, what somebody does, I can classify as a mental illness. And by the way, when these people were reclassifying mental thing, no black person with all this cultural heritage participated. And that was the beginning of all these troubles. Because mental health is a nexus with culture. And that is the main problem. And so it's, for us, for some of us, some of the things that they are talking, it's cultural imperialism. It's an imposition on our position, the way we see the whole world. And for me, that is why I support this. It's not because individual freedom or whatever, but what we stand on as a whole, as Ghanaians, as Africans. And it's not strange that maybe, apart from Southern Africa, which has had some dealings with the other people, the rest of Africa are absolutely over this thing. Those who are forcing us to do this should do everything. We are not against anybody. But for everything, we want to be left alone. Thank you.
So the question is whether pansexuals should be part of the prohibitions. The court shall not grant an application for an adoption order whether the interlocutory adoption order or if the applicant is H, pansexual. The chairman is delete that. That is the proposed amendment. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I urge upon the chairman to abandon the amendment so that we can rather take the intersex.
I'll rather urge all the sponsors that they should agree with me so we don't waste time on pansexual.
So the question is, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. No. The noes have it. Now, item I, intersex. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes amendment is carried. Now, clause 17 as amended shall stand part of the bill. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think I propose that 17, we should delete the K. We should delete the K.
So the next proposal is that all in favor of item 17K being deleted from the bill, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now clause 17 as variously amended. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I look at the list under 6, and it includes for VIII. That's
we're dealing with 17. Let me finish with 17. Then
no,
we can...
Speaker, I just want to see whether it still requires further amendment. But for VIII, we have non-binary. That is under 6E, Roman number 8. It's not included in 17. Is that an omission? I think that is an omission. And if it is, we should insert it.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I support the amendment moved by the majority leader to add non-binary as reflects in clause 1E VII, non-binary, into clause 17. And Mr. Speaker, whilst we do that, do same to clause 1. Yes, clause 1 A as a consequential amendment.
Please, let's finish with 17. So the 17 is to insert non-binary, and the draft persons will do the numbering. Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. The draft persons are hereby ordered to rearrange the numbering in clause 17. So the question is, yes.
Questioning, we deleted it.
A minor one. J. J says questioning.
That was wrong.
I don't know here. I guess, unless maybe I don't understand, you have to delete questioning then. It's not here on the other paper.
What is that?
Mr. Speaker, it's unclear to me. That's why I want better particulars. Otherwise, it must be deleted.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, we agreed that questioning should be taken out. And the reason why we agreed questioning should be taken out is questioning is a category of persons who say they are in a fluidity. They are not sure where they are and they are still investigating. They are questioning. The Honorable Minister says it's a state of cultural madness. But Mr. Speaker, we don't want to criminalize someone's questioning. So questioning is being taken completely out. And so I support the motion to delete J from 17 as it stands right now.
Questioning one of the so would you grant an adoption person who is questioning? Because this is what clause is about. That you are not asking, should not grant adoption to persons in this category. So if the person belongs to the questioning group, would you grant?
Here will cover that group.
Very well. The question is, all in favor of deleting J, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if we agree to do that, would it then mean that what was done in two, the interpretation, because questioning has been, would we then have to take it out? Because it doesn't then exist anywhere apart from the following provision, which is 18, which also repeats questioning. So if questioning will have to be deleted, then it will have to be deleted from the interpretation section, because otherwise it will not exist anywhere in the.
But then I'll put the question on 17. That is, clause 17 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I direct the draft persons to consequentially delete questioning anywhere else in the bill. Yes. Clause 18.
Prohibition grant of fosterage for LGBTQAP+ persons.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the XBIII falls, and the I also has to move the next one, but I withdraw the earlier one, the XBIII, that is 18, Roman number 18, I withdraw that amendment and move on to 19, Mr. Speaker. And
Member, hold on. The second deputy speaker to take the chair. Yes, Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are on clause 18, and in view of the amendments that we have done earlier on, clause item number Roman numbered 18 falls. So that amendment falls, so I will not move that. So I'll move on to the 19. The 19 one is the one that I propose that it be deleted. That is 18I must be deleted in respect of intersex, but the pansexual will say. So I move that intersex be deleted under 18 Roman numbered I. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Yes, honourable member, the chairman of the committee has moved a proposed amendment to clause 18, paragraph I. That is item XIX. Honourable Him.
I rise to support the chairman's amendment. I support the chairman's amendment.
Very well. Honourable members, I will then put the question. All those in favour of the proposed amendment by the chairman, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, the next agenda, which is item numbered Roman numbered 20XX, also falls in view of the discussion that we have done already. The key. Right, so I will not move, I would want to withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
You are withdrawing the amendment? Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, he withdraws and the entire key should go.
The entire key is
No, he's deleting his really proroguing his own amendment.
Okay.
Not what it is. So the entire key must go.
I agree with you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Speaker, consequential to what we did in 17, we introduced non-binary. And then also we delete questioning and bring down queer to be the last.
That is 17. 18. Very well. Very well, very well. So that's consequential. Yes, very well. Yes, Champ.
The amendment then is to delete the 18K. The entire clause must fall. So my proposal, and I think that's what the leader has said. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we effected some amendments in 17. And I'm saying that 18 should replicate what we did. 17 is to delete K, delete questioning in F, insert non-binary, bring down queer to close it, so that it will be the last.
So just to reflect what took place in 17. So the chairman has proposed to delete K. So okay. So leader is saying we should delete entire. Very well. So all those in favor of the motion of the amendment say aye. All those against no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to delete the entire K is carried. We turn to XXI. Chairman.
Protection of victims of prohibited sexual activities.
Speaker, this is the good gesture that the proponents of the bill sought to bring as reformative and other things, because we cannot sustain it under our laws. The proposal from the committee, and which the sponsors agree with me, is that the entire clause 19, entire clause 20, entire clause 21 be deleted. So I move that clauses, that is item number XXI, XXII, and XIII, 3 clauses be deleted.
What about 22?
19, 22 will deal with 19, 20, and 21. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, support wholeheartedly the chairman's amendment so that there will not be any controversy on this one. Thank you very much.
Very well.
Access to medical help or treatment by accused. Flexible sentencing.
Have you finished? Very well. So, honorable members, clause 19, clause 20, clause 21 now be put to question. All those in favor that these 3 clauses, 19, 20, 21, be deleted, say aye. All those against say no. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, my little worry has to do with 20. Access to medical help or treatment by an accused. It's of our rights. So if a person wants to seek medical assistance, you're saying that the person should. I have a worry with 20. 19, I fully support, but 20, I have a challenge with that. We should have a second look at that.
I personally share with the majority leader. No matter what, if the person needs medical attention, we can't deny that person from medical attention. I think I'll go with the position of the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is right, and you are equally right, that persons who need help must be given help. But Mr. Speaker, persons who need help are already being given help. This year alone, personally, and we are just in February. Today is February what? 8th. This year alone, 3 parents have called with need for their children who they found out are engaged in this activity. And those 3 children, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, are undergoing help thanks to the Presbyterian and Methodist Church Ghana, who are working with lawyer Moses Fuamwini to offer them help. Even though you don't have a bill or a legislation for it. And I know that last year, Moses Fuamwini's group helped over 50 people without legislation. But Mr. Speaker, don't forget that this is a private member's bill. When you introduce medical help, who funds it? How is it going to be sustained? Then you introduce issues of possible charges on the consolidated fund, which raise challenges with Article 108. And that's why we are deleting it and saying that the offer of medical help already exists. What we would rather look to do is do public education for people to know where to access that help. It doesn't need to be in the legislation, Mr. Speaker. Let us not create a trap for our detractors to go to the Supreme Court and say that this is a private member's bill that costs to the state and is imposing a charge on the state. And so, Mr. Speaker, help is needed and help is available. It doesn't need to be in the bill. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment vehemently because of constitutional imperative.
You support it?
Chairman's amendment. I strongly support chairman's amendment to delete the provision because of the constitutional imperative in Article 108. So the committee has taken a decision that the entire clause be deleted.
Yes.
Speaker, I adopt the submission of Sam George and my ranking member as mine, and to add that the matter of desiring medical attention is purely voluntary one. It's purely voluntary one. And so this cannot be seen to be legislating on a matter that is voluntary. The person must decide to submit to medical attention. That happens. The evidence is that structures already exist in that regard, and therefore we must shy away from legislating, which will bring some compulsion. It means we must subject people to medical attention if the law provides for it. So on these grounds, I urge my leader to abandon his adventure in this regard. Thank you very much.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, certainly my effort is not a misadventure, but I now appreciate what is here. I appreciate what is here. That the right to any medical assistance is constitutional and it cannot be denied. I maybe misread what is there. I was thinking that you wanted to negate it. But if it doesn't, yes, it does not, prescribe anybody from accessing any help. So I appreciate the amendment moved by the chairman now.
Very well. So note, I'll put the question. All those in favor that clause 19, clause 20, clause 21 be deleted as a proposed amendment from the chairman, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to delete clause 19, clause 20, clause 21 is carried. Yes, Chairman. We now.
Prohibition of extrajudicial treatment.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment course is to delete and set the following clause 22, and because it's more than 4 lines, as advertised on page 8 and 9 of the order paper. I so move.
Very well. Honourable members, the chairman has moved an amendment and is before the House.
Mr. Speaker, we are wholeheartedly in support of it.
Very well. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, they cannot wholeheartedly support it. When the chief earlier on sought to delete Q, and then is repeating his own intent. So we should bring
That is
Q
consequential.
in the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, because there was an order or directive that it should be consequentially amended, it as well affect this particular provision, the revision in this provision. That is consequential.
The chairman who moved it,
yes,
if the order, he respects that order, he would have amended it. but deliberately he elected not to further amend it. So for the avoidance of doubt, let's have it there.
Leader, I have reminded the chairman that the views of the House supersedes that of our committee. So once it is a decision of the House that consequentially the amendment should be made, we cannot say no. So by implication, that is amended.
Anyway, so I'll put the question. Yes, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, I want to draw attention to the content of the present amendment in 22 line 4, the reference to relevant authority, and to suggest that in the sense that is being used in this provision is assumed a term of art. So I want to suggest that in the interpretation section, we should be able to define what relevant authority means to indicate the category of persons who should be recognized by the law to receive the notice of the commission of the offense. Because we are saying that upon the commission of an offense, a person is required under law to report the commission of to a police officer. Now, in the absence of a police officer, we are saying that it should report to a relevant authority. So, in my humble view, relevant authority should be explained a chief, a headman, an assemblyman, a unit committee member, or even a member of parliament. Because these are the elected representatives. Leader, you mentioned this matter. I'm saying that because we are given an alternative source of reporting, that in the absence of a police officer, a person who has witnessed the commission of an offense under this act should have recipient, identifiable recipient to receive the complaint. And that person, we are placing an obligation, whether in the provision, we are placing an obligation on that person to within, I think 14 days, not 3 days or so, to make sure that the complaint is lodged. So we must be very clear in the law that in the absence of an officer, then an assemblyman receive the complaint, or a headman, or a chief, so that when that person, in the absence of the police officer, receives the complaint, then he is enjoined in law to ensure that the complaint is lodged at the police station. This is my humble view on that.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the list of who constitutes the relevant persons in such case, I guess we can relate to what we in the Whistleblowers Act. The Whistleblowers Act. We listed those people. So let's have a second look at. I think the draft persons will help us. The Whistleblowers Act. The category of persons that we consider as relevant persons or authorities to report such incidents.
Okay. So I hope you heard. So I'll then put the question of the proposed amendment by the chairman All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, my worry about what you have done. 22, original 22, is prohibition of extrajudicial treatment. Is that not the case? And we are deleting that, and in its place, we are inserting this. I'm struggling to see the connect between what is here and original 22.
What we tried to do was to take the old section 5, duty to report, and merge it with prohibition. So that's why if you look, so maybe we may need to redraft the head notes. But what we've done in the new 22(1) and 2 is to impose the duty to report, which in the old bill is, I think, in clause 5. And then 3, we then deal with the punitive measures for anybody who takes the law into their own hands. So that's what we've tried to merge. So head note will have to change from just prohibition of extrajudicial treatment. So it could read duty to report and prohibition of extrajudicial treatment.
Very well. So I think we can take note of the head notes. So we move to clause 23.
Assistance for questioning any persons.
The chairman is not here. Any member of the committee?
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Item number XXX, clause 23.
XXV.
XXV. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. XXV, clause 23, amendment proposed, delete. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman to delete. So I'll put yes.
I support the amendment because it is dealing with questioning and intertext, which we have already deleted.
So the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to delete in clause 23 say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, XXVI.
Regulations.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much. Item number XXVI, clause 24, I proposed. Opening phrase, lines 1, 2, and 3. Delete minister responsible for gender, children, and social action, and minister responsible for health, and insert responsible for health and gender, children, and social protection. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. The reason is to add a minister of health.
Yes. Honourable Member, there is a proposed amendment. Yes, Honourable St. George.
Mr. Speaker, we would have to delete the Minister for Health. The Minister for Health was added at the time because of the medical help that was intended to be given. And so even the 24A, regulate an approved service provider, because we wanted to have a regulation for those kinds of service providers. Now that we are not talking about offering any medical help whatsoever, we believe that we should actually delete the Minister for Health and let the minister responsible for gender, children, and social protection be the minister as referred to here, because the Minister for Health will have no role to play.
Yes.
Speaker, I see the wisdom in the position of my brother Sam George, but we had already given grounds for abandoning the provision regarding the for seeking medical help. And as part of those grounds, we submitted that is voluntary and it's constitutional right. Now, if the state tomorrow voluntarily decides to commit some funds by way of policy, the presence of the Minister of Health in the legislation as it is won't hurt the law. He will have to play some role. So I believe that by rather allowing him to stay in the proposed amendment, it doesn't hurt the law at all. By way of policy, they can intervene voluntarily.
Mr. Speaker, I see the superior wisdom in the argument of the member for South Dai, the Honorable Roxanne Nelson Echeda Fiamako, who is my senior, and by so doing yield my position to him and withdraw my previous protest and say that I succumb to his superior knowledge and wisdom on the subject matter.
Very well. So I'll put the question.
Mr. Speaker, we are trying to delete 24A to let an approved service provider, because we don't have any service provider whatsoever in the bill. So what are you regulating? That is a function of the regulation of service health is a constitutional function of the Minister of Health. Since you don't have an approved service provider any longer in the bill, with the deletion of the previous things, there is no way you can leave it in here. And even in the interpretation section, we'll have to delete same, because we had interpreted it. It no longer exists in the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, the amendment is to delete regulate an approved service provider.
Very well. So let me put the question on the earlier one, earlier amendment that was proposed by the chairman. Then we can look at yours. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment to delete lines 1, 2, 3, and insert ministers responsible for health and gender, children and social protection. Aye. And all those against say no. Honourable members, let's have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman is carried. Now, Honourable Samuel, if you have any further.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, the Council of Wise Men that surrounds me here has so illuminated my knowledge that, Mr. Speaker, I think it will be a frolic of folly for me to continue on the path that I am on. I wholeheartedly withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we move to interpretation XSVII. By the
amendment proposed. Add the following definition. Ally or ally. Mr. Speaker, as advertised at
Chairman, hold on. I'll come back to you. Let's, before we come to interpretation, let me put the 25, clause 25.
Consequential amendments.
You dealt with 24.
Speaker, I have a little observation under 24 because we raised issues about questioning. Is here in the Roman number 2. Is it to be maintained or to be deleted? I think consequentially we have to delete that one as well.
As assistance for persons questioning their sexuality.
And the Speaker, I think you have also agreed that you delete intersex. Is that not the case? Intersex. It also exists in 20, Roman number 3. Is it to be deleted? You want that one to be there?
Mr. Speaker, this is assistance. This is when the minister responsible decides to, by legislative, make a regulation that may say that the state, maybe national health insurance, will now cover corrective surgery for intersex persons under the health insurance. So that's an assistance. So this is not any offense in there. So since this is to just make regulations for assistance, I think we should leave it in there for future things. Thank you.
The intersex, yes. The intersex, yes. That's one of the questioning. The questioning rather should fall.
So, leader, you are.
I'm moving that we delete in 24. We delete the sub-provision B, Roman number 2.
Okay. 2. That assistance for persons. B2. Assistance for persons questioning their sexuality. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment by the aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Let me now put the entire 24. All those in favor that was 24 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 24 as variously amended stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Consequential amendments.
Yes.
Chairman, Mr. Speaker, may I propose that the chairman of the committee, in one sweep, moves the entire proposed amendments covering the various interpretative matters, so that we can. Yes. Okay. I'm guided. Now we're on time. Okay.
Honourable Defiamapo, I just want to deal with 25 first, because I think there's no amendment in 25.
Okay. I'm guided, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So all those in favor that clause 25 stands part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, it should stand part of the bill as consequentially amended because of the queue that we have introduced. So that is
just about going to say the same thing, that we should look at the deletion of one of the queues. It's one of the queues, because the queue will stand, but the questioning then will have to go. The question will have to go. In which case, Mr. Speaker, we will have to look at the entire thing, the entire bill, because we realize that the beginning with the clause 1, beginning with the long title, through to clause 1, clause 1D, clause 2, the interpretation, all of it, you have to consequentially attend to them. As if you have to delete the questioning.
Very well.
Thank you.
So I'll put the question, all those in favor that clause 25 as consequentially amended, say aye. Stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 25 as affected by the consequential amendments is now part of the law.
Mr. Speaker, I just want you to direct. I'm making a request for a direction on 12 of the bill. Clause 12 of the bill has been agreed, save for some reconstructing of the words. And so if we can get to approval to do that with the draft person so that we know that we are done with that clause. It's just the phrasing of it. If we have your direction, we can proceed on that with the drafters.
Very well.
Speaker, I had some conversation with the Chief Hunter, and I think we agreed on that.
Very well. I direct that the drafting unit will, Sam, let me get the wording well. You see, the drafting unit should, oh, okay. Okay. So the drafting unit, you should assist with the wording of clause 12 to, very well. So it's already approved. So just assist with the wording of the word with the sponsors of the bill. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to make an application. In view of the fact that we need to finish this bill up very well, I am also praying that we must also guard against the fact that we have done the right thing. I would have moved that at any rate, most of the clauses aren't here to prosecute them. So I'll be grateful if we can be with the draft person on all the clauses that we have done, even before we come to the interpretation, because some of them might affect that. I see that the table office had brought the interpretation even before clause 25. So in all honesty, if we can, as quickly as possible, do some sort of winnowing so that we can avoid the second consideration. So that's an application that I would want the sponsors to consider, because the table office keeps on reminding me of some clauses that have been done and others. So if we can as quickly go through, and then we can come back.
Well, Chairman, I think I'm with you. But Honorable Sam George, with respect to clause 12, I'm just being told that we never put the question on the clause 12. We didn't put the question on clause 12. So if we can draft it for Leader, if you can look at it before you leave.
Mr. Speaker, it is clause 2, clause 12.2. And what we were discussing was the use activity in the preamble and then act or activity again in A and B. So the substance of the whole clause we agree on. It's just the choice of you looking for synonym for activity and act and how to couch it.
So on that note, can you give me the rendition?
Because the rendition, so if my application is to be considered, then all these will be ironed out, and then we conclude on them.
Okay, very well. Very well. So on that note, we will now then move to the interpretation. Chairman, I think a member suggested that you look at all of them and do it.
Mr. Speaker, if my application was to be considered, I would have thought that most of the things that we would be discussing, and then the draft person would help us, and most of the interpretation clauses would even be affected. So I wanted to put this in abeyance, we know in and iron out all the clauses, and then when we come, we are adding them. Thank you.
On that note, let me bring the consideration. The prayer is before me, not before you.
Mr. Speaker, the understanding is for us to do as much as possible and finish the consideration today. Mr. Speaker, this is because we have a number of bills lined up. For example, the affirmative action bill and other important bills before us. And so we agreed that today we will use the succession bill and a number of them. So we use today, Mr. Speaker, we've not done up to the 5 hours required. And we don't have major businesses left. So I said, if we have the energy, let's do what we can do to finish it today. No longer. The new standing order doesn't have two. So we have to do five hours. So Mr. Speaker, I plead with you to reconsider that position. And then let us finish this, kill it today, then God willing, from tomorrow we can start. Thank you.
Leader, his prayer is that it's true. Everybody is looking up to this bill. You have to finish it. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't do the nitty work that will come out to make the bill very okay for everybody. So if the chairman is suggesting that the interpretation and other small things that we need to correct, let's give him small time together with the draft unit so I can finish it up. If the energy is there, we can even begin with the interstate succession bill, whatever, you can begin. But my position is that if we are doing, we should do it well. Today and tomorrow we can finish it up. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I want to take us back and make a contribution with regard to interpretation. And Roman, that's 20. The interpretation is on the 24, right?
Is it interpretation?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. That's what we are. Is at the instance of the chairman.
I might not be here, but I want to make this submission. Yeah.
You hold on a bit, because somebody has sponsored that particular amendment. Yes, going to do it.
Mr. Speaker, I earlier moved on, and the interpretation add the following: as advertised at clause item numbered 27, Roman numeral 27, at page, as advertised at page 9. It's more than 4 lines, so I wouldn't go through them. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Dafiama, I'm listening.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the prayer of my chairman, I think is germane, but procedurally, in consonance with the new standing orders, we cannot do winnow after consideration. Winnowing will have to be done before consideration.
Yes.
What he could pray for is a second consideration, and we do. And so let's finish with the amendments being advertised. What we have done.
That's where we are. He's agreed to it. He's agreed to it. He's
Very
moved.
well.
He's moved.
Very well. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, what we want to find out is if he's moved all the amendments, because we are saying that he should move the amendments and block, so that we just take all of them, and then
with the interpretation.
The interpretation. The interpretation, so that he moves from L I L X I for the consideration of the House, and then if there's anyone that has an issue, then we address it.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I think before we go to the interpretation, which I think should be done to bring the whole business to a closure, just because we went back to 6, there is a usage in respect of 6.3, in both A, B, and C, we have the word contraption. Contraption. I believe we have to have a second look at that. Really, we are talking about maybe an instrument or an implement. An implement. Well, what is contraption in this? It should be an implement. So when we are through, maybe we can deal with it. I have to move out, but it's something I'll have to look at again. If it finds favor, then I want to move that we go back, just to relax the rule, go back and deal with. So I would propose, Mr. Speaker, you can relax the rules. Then I'll move that in 3, in clause 6.
Is it clause 6 or system?
6.3. A, B, and C, we have the word contraption. The Speaker is not elegant at all. So we'll delete contraption and insert implement. Implement.
So it means it's
implement or device.
Leader, it means it's not an advertised
instrument, implement, or device. Which one that people are comfortable with? Assume. But Mr. Speaker, with that understanding, I think we can leave it to the drafters. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we support that amendment. And so, if you put the question now on 6 as
well,
amendment.
So 6 was not advertised. So I will put the question, all those in favor of the proposed amendment by the leader, say aye. That's 6. All those against, say no. So, honorable members, the proposed amendment by the chairman is carried. And therefore, 6 is how many clauses? How many clauses do you have? 6.
Mr. Speaker, I think there's 6. There was the leader prayed that you relax the rules, and that proposal was made, and the House ruled in favor of the proposal. So we finished with the 6.
I was just looking at whether you've already done another amendment so that I could put the.
Not today.
Not today.
No.
Okay.
Not today. Clause 6. So the Speaker may put the question on the entire clause 6.
So that's exactly why I'm asking.
Right.
So the question: all those in favor that clause 6, as variously amended, stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 6, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. Yes.
The Speaker, I was going to make, forgive me if I contextually, what I'm saying, sit with what has happened, but it will be remiss of me if I do not bring to attention of the House something on concerning interpretation SLII on page 14. It has to do with sex.
So honorable member for Secretary also, that's why I was saying, just hold on a bit. Let's move the interpretation so that you have the opportunity to raise this particular issue. It has not been moved yet.
Mr. Speaker, the consensus of the House, subject to your overriding convenience, I'll move the interpretations. That is from item number 20, that is XXVII, through page 15, that is XLVI. I would want to move them together. Almost all of them are more than 4 clauses, and because they are all advertised, as advertised from pages 9 up to page 10. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Well.
I support the chairman's amendment subject to the consequential amendment.
Well. So now I will write Honorable Kokefi.
Mr. Speaker, I was saying that sex definition.
Which item are you dealing with?
Item XLII, that's Roman.
X?
Page 14.
Page 14?
Yes, sir. Of the other paper. III. Yes. And it has to do with the subject of sex. The following the transposed from clause 2. And it says, sex means the binary case of male and female assigned at birth and exclude any non-binary category. The Speaker, I want it to be amended to read, sex means the binary categories of male and female assigned at birth and or chromosomal or chromosome position, and excludes any binary category. You see, yeah, because most of the things that they assign at birth is based on phenotypic
and or
yes, sir, which will make it. Yeah.
Can you come again?
So if you read, sex means the binary categories of male and female assigned at birth and or chromosome composition. Because that's when you do chromosomal studies to see whether you are X, Y, or and the other syndromes. Then you categorize. It's for comments, and then you can add and exclude any non-binary. Thank you.
I just want to be educated by the honourable member. I thought the chromosomes determine the male and female. So why do we introduce chromosomes here again?
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it's not like that. Sometimes when you have excess of male hormones, which preponderance over the female hormones, you may actually be born with breasts, enlarged breasts, And then also we have syndromes where the genitalia may even mimic a female genitalia. But when you do the chromosome, you see that the person is XY. This is male. I'm just giving one instance. You understand? So the final determination actually for sex determination is by chromosome studies. What we see at birth is the phenotypic, that's phenotype, how you see the eye. But it's only establishment, and I thought that if we didn't add that chromosome thing, it would be a big problem. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we wholeheartedly associate with his position. Just that as a consequential amendment from yesterday, we would delete assignment to the draft people, because yesterday when we spoke, we said sex is a sex. You are male, you are female. It's not assigned to you. So we delete, you are born male, you are born female. Else people will begin to assign sexes to different people. So the majority leader moved the motion, the amendment, and this House adopted it to delete assigned. So it will then read sex binary categories of male and female at birth and chromosomal as moved. Chromosomal composition and excludes any non-binary category.
Yes,
what I understand by this amendment is that we could have male, don't disturb him because I want him to follow this.
Honorable Fiye, can you listen to the chairman?
Yes. What I understand the Honorable Afriye to be saying is that apart from having male and female, we could have other categories of people who don't necessarily belong to either male category or female category. Because the chromosomes may depict that this person appears to be a male. But if you go through the chromosomes, it may prove that the person is not a male, but rather a female. That's what I understand him.
Indeed so, Mr. Speaker, this is very, very important. You see, that's why I was validated. The male is XY, and the female is XX. That's the standard. But during the process of, what we call meiosis, sometimes all the X, so you can have syndromes. Those ones are medical conditions, and it is not the one we are legislating on. So you can have SXY, Klinefelter in my memory serves me right. So those ones, we should not bother about them. And then we can determine, medical people, we have determined that if you are XXY, we can categorize male or female. We leave it to the medical profession. But I'm asking, adding the, as determined by chromosome, because sometimes phenotypically, and when I say phenotypically, there's this genetic and phenotype is the optics, what you see. Sometimes you can make a serious mistake in saying that this is male, whereas the person is not male. It happens. So at birth thing, we can, it's settled. You see, it's just a small portion. This belongs to the medical realm. But what we are dealing with is LGBTQ thing, which most of it are social. It has nothing to bring clarity into this so that there is no equivocation. Because unfortunately, the world, we don't have true categories. But categories, that's not the word I want to say. There are no shady area, but there are chromosomal variations. You see, your X, you should inherit X, a male, for your mother. Then your father will give you Y, and then you become XY. That's what makes you male. And you inherit another X from your mother. You have one X. You give it, and then the two will cross, and you will have XX. That is female. That's the standard. But unfortunately, when the cells are, desegregating, sometimes the two X's will go into one cell. And then it will combine with Y. And then if that's what I'm saying, I stand to be corrected. You get what we call infected syndrome, where you see feminization and all those things. But that is not what we are dealing with regard to LGBTQ. You understand? LGBTQ thing is a sort thing, is something that you take. It's like here, upstairs here. I feel like I'm a, whereas you are XX. And that's why for me, even though I've made minimal contribution, it's ruining a lot of problems. Take sports alone. Those who test to be XX, XY, meanwhile, phenotypically, because they had a lot of androgen hormones, female hormone, estrogen hormones, they have breasts, they have this, all that. And then they want to compete in female sports. Now, Sepco and others, they can't deal with that. That's why, so I don't want to deviate. What I want to say is I just want this small clarity, or this promotion, so that that thing will then fall in the hands of health personnel. It will not for somebody to come and determine in court a society that this person is a female. This one, it will then become a medical condition. I hope you understand. I thought it was very important to bring this to the attention.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with the learned doctor and what he had educated us on. And it is a fact. He's saying that we could have an abnormality to have XXY. I also believe that we could have XY. So, and that is why we removed intersex from being punished. So I would want us, we need to introduce what he has said. Look, I would want us to believe that, yes, in throwing away the bad water, we must be careful not to throw away the child. In as much as people have it in their mind that I believe, that is a transgender, I'm a man, but I believe I'm a... Medically, you are confirming that there are people that also fall into the category that would belong to that class, the community, the queer class and whatnot. So it's not like male, female, and that's the end. So I agree that we should insert that chromosomal thing in that. It's medical, that is not social.
More clarity is the assignment that I'm worried of. But as for the trans thing, it's pretty, if I may label it so, a mental thing. The trans thing, you are born XX, and then willy-nilly you come and I just want to transition to XY. So that does not come with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that sometimes it be actually a problem because it's a medical condition, and but some of them do not even survive. Some of them. So, but some do survive a lot, and that one, if you don't take care, you assign wrong, because of this chromosomal thing. But I thought that when the determination then becomes a medical condition, it is not a societal thing. And I thought that that one should be made. So that if you say that you want to do a chromosomal test, then the doctors will say that, look, you are XX, female, you are XY, female, male, or you are SSY, which is a medical condition, does not even come into this debate at all. So that is it.
Let them give Honorable Tachia the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm intellectually confused about what's going on, and I want some clarity. It's my good friend, the medical doctor, saying that the sex of an individual, apart from the genital observation, is in another realm called chromosome. I'm a bit confused. Because I am of the humble view that immediately a child is
the genitals are detectable. In fact, you don't need a specialist to show that the child lying there is a male and the other one who came was a female. So I need some education. Is he now trying to now postulate that apart from the physical observation of the sex of a child, there is another realm in medicine that can determine that this is a male or female? I'm very painfully confused by the introductions he's making, and if he can shed some light on it, because I believe that apart from aberrations, as he's saying, the doctors are able to, if I'm not even doctors, are able to determine that this is a male, and they're also able to detect that this is a female. But if there are any other areas, no, my brother, that's why I need help. Understand? You have studied everything, but I need some help. Whether there are some other area to determine the sex of a child at birth.
And even now.
Mr. Speaker, let me just quickly draw some clarity.
I thought the question was directed to.
Mr. Speaker, let me come in and the doctor will wrap it up.
Well,
and I want to use a classic example of Caster Semenya, the South African athlete. She is born with a female genitalia. She looks like she has masculine features, but she's a woman, born as a woman, grew up as a woman because of phenotypical observation of her female genitalia. However, as she grows up, she has grown with broad shoulders and very muscular physique as a man. As she started running for South Africa, the IAAF, which is the International Organization for Athletics, decided that her level of testosterone is too high for what is acceptable for females, and then insisted that she had to undergo estrogen shots to raise her estrogen level and drop her testosterone level. So that's the point Doc is making, that you could have been born X looking like a, but your estrogen levels may be so low you will look very masculine. And we also have men who are born with the male langa, the male organ, to wit the male organ. However, they grow the feminine curves on their hips and even develop full-grown breasts. Even their voices are very feminine. But when you do the chromosomal check, you can tell that even the person looks like a woman, he's actually a man. So that is what Doc is raising. And you see, the issue of the social construct that Doc also raised, why we need to deal with this now, is the US is having a crisis in high school sports. Because you have boys who compete as men, come last in athletics and swimming, and then tomorrow say that I am no longer called Rodney, I am now called Rhoda, and become a woman, and now begins to compete in the same sports discipline but as a woman, and is now replacing natural born women because the physique internally is that of a man, but he's competing as a woman. And even the judicial system in the US, a young man was sentenced to jail and said he's a woman, was sentenced to a female penitentiary in the United States. Mr. Speaker, within 6 months, 3 of the other inmates were pregnant. So the question became, so Mr. Speaker, these are the issues that Doc is raising, why you need to have the chromosomal check to determine beyond what you see on the external. I hope that this has helped my most respected senior, learned senior. Yes, my good brother and friend. I didn't know because of this bill, you've so read a lot of material. And I just want to thank Mr. Speaker for his scholarship.
Let's.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, what we are hearing is very interesting, and people have had the opportunity to express their academic prowess, and I admire them. But Mr. Speaker, it looks as if we are overstretching the issue, and we are bringing in a lot of extraneous matters. Mr. Speaker, we are carrying out legislation, and the legislation is simple, to determine a male from a female. As much as all issues are interesting, they are medical conditions and they fall into the realm of abnormalities. But these are all medical conditions. That's not what we are legislating for. You are, Mr. Speaker, otherwise we will bring the issues of hermaphrodites and all that. Mr. Speaker, even if a female is pregnant and is carrying out a baby in the tummy while yet not delivered, medically, some are interested in knowing, what the child is going to be. I mean, in terms of sex, people might have given to, say, 2 boys earlier, and they are anxious to get a girl, and vice versa. So scientifically, they are able to determine, ahead of delivery, whether the baby in the tummy is a male or a female. And that's what we are talking about. So respectfully, I think that we want to legislate to determine, who is a male, who is a female, and what the two, decide to do later in life should be acceptable or not. So I don't think we have to, worry ourselves too much about these medical issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. So what you do is, if you accept Dr. Frie's proposed amendment, then I will ask him to help us with the rendition as to how we should have it, and the drafters. So, Dr. Frie, I mean, where you want to delete, where you want to insert, that is XLIII, kindly help us with the rendition.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, fundamentally, I disagree with the road minister's position. You see, the proposal I made was for completeness. Perhaps 99.9% will have the normal. That means the phenotype, what you observe will be congruent with the genotype, what is actually the makeup. But when you are making laws, you try and cover and close all.
No, we've gotten you. Yes. So we've gotten you. You want to look at your chromosome and those kind of things. Just help us out to draft it, and we'll.
Yes, I thought what I said closes it because then.
So that's what we want you.
Okay, sure.
No, the wedding, Mr. Speaker, if I can help, what Doc has asked to say is sex means the binary categories of male and female at birth, and chromosomal.
He said and or
chromosomal composition, and excludes any non-binary category. So we delete assigned, and after birth insert and or chromosomal composition.
I'm told in drafting that kind of and or we don't go by them nowadays.
So we'll leave that for Senate to
So
clear.
we'll leave that with the drafters.
Or chromosomal composition.
Very well. So all those in favor that XLII be amended to capture what Sam George has just read to us, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to SL III is carried. So, we will. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, on that I want to be clear whether excludes any non-binary category should be maintained. Very well.
Very well. Mr. Chairman, if we have finished.
Promotion of Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Act 2021.
All those in favor of the short time. Honourable member for Ho West, do you want to say something?
Mr. Speaker, there's an amendment from the chairman on the short title.
Right.
I think we've deleted the Ghanaian family value, and therefore the new proposal from chairman, if you permit me, or chairman, you want.
Speaker, sorry about that. Amendment proposed, delete and insert the following.
Where?
Page 15. The item, Mr. Speaker. Item number SL VIII, page 15.
Yes, I'm listening.
Delete and insert the following. Human Sexual Rights and Families Act 2023.
Very well.
Thank you.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment to the head note. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now we the long title.
An act to provide for human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values, proscribe LGBTQ+ and related matters, proscribe propaganda of advocacy for or promotion of LGBTQAP+ and related activities, provide for the protection of and support for children, persons who are victims or accused of LGBTQAP+ and related activities, and other persons and related matters.
Yes, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman. That is XLIX.
Yes, the amendment raised. Delete and insert the following. An act to fight for human sexual rights and family values and dead matters. I so move.
Yes, there is a proposed amendment to the long title by the chairman. All those, yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment.
Very well. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to the long title is hereby carried. Now we've come to the end of the consideration stage.
Mr. Speaker, before, except to say that under normal circumstances, an application would have been made for the second consideration, but I'm not sure of the clauses, save to late with the draft, and therefore I would pray the third reading be held on until we have ironed out all the clauses. Then we can conveniently come to the conclusion of.
Very well, we are amenable to, if we have to come for second consideration, fine. To take it in line with the third reading, fine. I mean, I think this is the house and we are masters of our, so we can do whatever pleases us.
Mr. Speaker, the understanding we have is not to do the third reading today and allow the committee and the sponsor to use today and tomorrow or today to work. No, we are not doing the thing today, but we are allowing enough time to the drafters and the chairman, the committee, and the sponsors to sit and synchronize what we have done. And if there's the need for a second consideration, we'll do it before we do the third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, honourable members, per the new standing orders that we are operating now, all the proposed amendment that has been carried have to be incorporated into the original bill, brought to the House for all of us to consider before we move to the third reading. So that is the position. So all the amendment that has been carried will be incorporated into the to be brought to the House for all of us to see before we consider the third reading. On that note, we bring consideration to a cruise. Very well. Available leader and leadership, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, I suggest we adjourn for today and come back tomorrow to come and continue the people's business. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion labeled by the minority leader.
You kindly put it in the motion. We are not up to 3 o'clock now. The new standing orders. Yes, so make it a motion.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and is before the House. I will accordingly adjourn the House because the motion has been carried. So I will adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Tomorrow. I didn't put the question. So all those in favor of the motion to adjourn the House, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, ayes have it. The motion to adjourn the House to tomorrow is carried, and the House is accordingly adjourned 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands in.